The ether.
Thank you for coming in, ladies. I know you've been out.
What else would we do? But we are.
Yeah, that's what my son said when I was debating about running for re-election. He says, what else are you going to do?
Jim, I told him about becoming the something to a good marriage is to have at least one meeting a night. That's he told me that one meeting a week. That's what about it, told me.
Yep. And certainly it's for better or worse, but not for lunch.
I never bought shower.
Oh, that's true.
So FYI, you know we can invite you back for our last session.
Tony,
Well, it's not really, but I was looking, when you look at the fire backup, it's like, well, yeah, but you need to add on the new side. 700
and
and
we go stand first, right? Oh, yes.
You don't remember?
Well, I just go down the beach to check on the house to see if it's.
I was up until about 2:30 the other night.
I'm up to 2:30 every night. I'm a quarter midnight person.
I feel like I work at night, so I get home and I'm like, I'm home and I
mean,
go
why?
I can't go to sleep.
I'm a quarter midnight. I start cranking by 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We have more people coming. Yeah, I was just gonna buy the book.
Cool.
Should we bog over?
Comfy, comfy is fine.
Hi, how are you?
How was the weekend?
Busy, thank you.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Vogel.
We won by 2 points in the last 4 seconds.
Basketball? Half court shot?
No, we actually called the play and they ran it. My surprise. Not that it worked, that they ran it. They ran what? Yeah, they ran it
How's the
correctly.
kids doing? How's Lindsay doing?
Oh,
She's getting older now.
Oh,
Oh, the real world.
I
I know.
know. It's like they've never been trouble.
Everyone, how are you? Everyone's doing good. Been a crazy couple of years.
Pushed out. I thought 8 jump or
No, I don't. Yeah, everyone's not. Courtney's still in college. She's just a sophomore.
Okay.
So she still comes home. Christine's kind of out in the big world, so.
Where is she?
She's in Boston and she's working for DDO.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
She says. This is the select board meeting on Monday, March 7th, 2022. It's being held at the Joseph P. Norton Emergency Operations Center on Chief Justice Cushing Highway. The Scituate Select Board is committed to providing an environment of respect during meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there is disagreement. We value the participation of our community and want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcomed and respected. We ask our committee members and all who participate to commit to these standards to support and respect our community. That statement was drafted by our Diversity and Equity Committee, and we're going to read the report every one of our meetings, and we ask all the other boards in town to read it as well. And we hope that people take it seriously. We do, and we thank the Diversity and Equity Committee for the work they did on the statement. This meeting can be viewed on Scituate Community Television Facebook Live. The recorded meeting will be available the following day on Comcast Channel 9 and YouTube Scituate Community Television. I'm calling the meeting to order. Do I hear an acceptance of the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Van, second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor? Aye. Do I see any walk-ins? Yes, ma'am?
Ann Burbine, 10 Pennycrest Road.
Yes.
When is the scale at the transfer station going to be fixed?
That's a very good question.
Well, there you go.
The problem is the scale is very old, and we're having a very difficult time getting parts. So it will be fixed as soon as we can without having to figure it out here.
Okay.
It's not that old. It's only 10 years old.
And it's been painted.
In terms of machinery, no one else can probably buy it used, but in terms of machinery, we can't prosper right now. Yeah. So Kevin has a suggestion that he might be bringing to the next meeting where we can still do some C&D, but I'll have to surprise you with that outside of the scale.
You're gonna dip people in water to see how much it displaces.
Yes.
That's all I know about physical science, everyone. Yes,
And one other thing,
yes.
I did receive an email from Laura, and if you'd like to elaborate, and, no, I'll just talk to you about it offline.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything? No? All right, if we can now go to, we do not have a report from the administrator. Review, discuss, vote projects and warrant articles for annual and special town meeting. If the board is agreeable, we'd like to start with the zoning articles. We have our zoning people here, and we haven't heard from them yet, so unless I hear otherwise, I will ask them to come up. And if you could, sorry,
Attendance, triple zero.
if you would mind identifying yourself for the viewing public.
Patricia Lambert, 14 Alexander Place.
Karen Joseph, town planner, and Burbine, 10th Concern.
Thank you. If I may, before we start, I would like to thank the planning board, especially these three ladies who have worked very, very hard to bring some of these articles forward. We all know that they're controversial, most of them, and but I think they've done their best to provide the town with information and responded to the town's concern about some of the changes and some of the potential. So I would ask everyone here to, respect that they did their job, and I think they're continuing to listen to people. So with that said, how do we want to start?
All right, so the first article we have is changed to section 440.5, business districts.
Can I ask you, have you guys voted these? Is this the actual language?
Right now, it's the actual
But
language.
it's
No,
not-
the planning board has not voted. The planning board will be voting on the reports to town meeting on Thursday night.
Thursday night.
And I will say advisory did vote the articles the other night.
Yes.
Nancy, do you remember offhand?
I have their votes.
Okay.
Karen, what article are you starting with? What article number are you starting with?
Article, I don't have the article numbers. I'm just starting with 440.5.
17.
Article
17.
Oh,
440.
no, that's the zoning, the medical ones, yeah.
Because she's starting to do
These are.
Section 440.5.
Which is.
Okay, that's 17.
That's 17.
That's Article
Amend
17.
zoning bylaws, section 440.5 for village center, I'm sorry, I don't know why.
Village Center Neighborhood District.
Okay, thank you.
This is really just a housekeeping article. When the zoning bylaw was changed to add VCM districts in, it should have been included for business and VCM districts for these business accessory uses. Because, outdoor dining area is accessory to restaurants, hotels, or microbreweries. Well, microbrewery is only allowed with the VCM, so you need to have the housekeeping to support that. So if I was a betting person, I believe all the planning board members will be supporting this.
Does the board have any questions about this article?
No.
No? I don't see.
Nope.
Does anyone in the audience have any questions about this article? No. All right, thank you.
All right, the next article is the change to section 610.1. The planning board has been, in the past few years, getting some very, very, very egregiously shaped lots. Some of the most egregious ones are you might get a rat tail that's 5 feet wide by 300 to 400 feet long, connecting one area to another area just so you can get the buildable lot area. And it's just becoming just unyielding.
Well, as land becomes more scarce, that's what's going to happen.
Right, and so the planning board decided that a lot shape bylaw was really necessary. Part of it's to help the homeowners too, because in some of these cases, if a backyard is all squiggly, it's hard for the homeowner to know where their property is. So what we propose is any lot created after April 11th, 2022 shall have dimensions sufficient that a circle of 30 feet diameter can be drawn tangent to any property line at all points without the boundaries of said circle passing over the opposite property line. And in addition, any portion of the lot created after 4/11/22 that does not meet the above criteria shall not be counted toward the buildable lot area. All buildable lot area must be contiguous.
So this is only on new builds, not, this doesn't go backwards.
Right, it's on new lots. We initially had it 50 feet, but after we listened to comments from the zoning workshop and the public hearings, and decided to lower it to 30 feet after input from the chair of the ZBA. And we added the other portion after input from the zoning workshop as well.
Who is likely to object to this? Anyone?
Contractors,
Contractors, yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay, so the section B that you just read aloud about the 30 diameter tangent, I read it 6 times, and I just, can you kind of illustrate that in the,
In real time?
Thank you for admitting that.
yeah.
and what it points and circle
I
out.
speak this language, and I was like, I don't even understand.
You should have engineers help you, it's really fun.
Because by definition to me, if you're drawing a circle from the exterior, you're already on somebody else's property.
No, no, no.
So that's what I don't understand.
We're passing out handouts to show you some of the egregious
Yeah.
lot areas.
I get that, I applaud the effort, I just didn't understand this language, so I didn't.
So what we want to do is we want to say that the circle has to be 30 feet in diameter. And if it's not 30 feet in diameter, then that portion of the lot is not going to count
Okay,
towards the
so
lot
you're
area.
starting at the property line of the defined property and going inside 30.
Inside.
Okay,
right.
so
you
where the
can put
little
it
rat
anywhere-
tail
You can
is
put it
the
anywhere
crossover.
inside, and it has to be
Okay,
30 feet.
now I get it.
So-
So this little 15-foot wouldn't pass that test,
Correct,
but the 30 would.
right.
Okay,
And
thank you.
What do you mean the 15 wouldn't?
So this here isn't wide enough
It would not count
to pass the
towards
buildable lot.
Right, but can you still connect 2 pieces of property if they're 29 feet apart? With a rat tail going to it?
it's not going to count towards buildable lot area.
The rat tail won't, but will the other property? So if you have
As long
dumbbells,
as it's dumbbells, I mean, it's trying to help prevent egregious dumbbells.
right. But if that dumbbell is 29 feet, then it still will be able to be done.
No, it has to be 30
It has
feet.
to be 30.
But it has to be over 30 feet?
Yeah. So you put the 30 feet, if you put the 30 feet circle in here, and then it would be able to be counted. You would be able, if this was 30 feet, you would be able to count this piece, the dumbbell piece, and the other piece.
So like on
I
this,
thought I understood it.
so on
So
this
can-
one, this section has to be 30 feet.
Has to be
Can I
at least
ask a
30
stupid
feet?
question?
Isn't that creating a
Yes,
longer
any
rat tail?
So on your, on page 2 of your example, does that mean this sketch that you call a dumbbell, right?
Wider?
If one of those lots were less than the
So
30
it's not
feet diameter, the other lot could not be buildable either, right? Because it doesn't add to make it a buildable lot.
Right, it would
Okay,
mean,
that's good. Yep.
I don't know which one it
This is
is.
Branch Street and Manor.
Right, that's what I guess. I mean, the ideal is to have this be 30 feet, so that you can count this, and this for the lot area.
Okay, Karen, point out what has to be 30 feet, the width of that rat tail?
Yeah,
Okay, so there's no more rat tails, there's
We're trying.
thicker
right,
rat
there's
tails.
there's There's thicker pieces so that, you know, if you could pass a piece of machinery, if you were like doing, like on this one, the house is over here, the septic system's over here. You could pass a piece of machinery through the rat tail portion in order to do maintenance.
So it's not distance from two pieces, it's thickness of the rat tail.
It's thickness of the rat tail.
Okay, one case in point, if you will, 33B Padam Road. They have a rat tail that belongs to 33 that goes on to Jericho Road so that they were able to get sewer, but it does not count to their buildable lot. It would still be allowed with this bylaw. Does
So
that
you
make
can
any
still
sense to
connect
you?
property with it, but it won't be counted.
That's right.
To the buildable lot.
So what happens is that you have a piece of property and a contractor will go and say, we could put 4 houses here, when in actuality, you really should only have 3.
That's right. This
Unless
is
that really
overbuilding.
means It's overbuilding.
Right. I thought it was the distance, and now I understand it's the width.
And
Thank you.
is the current 10 feet, is that, or is it?
There is no
There's
bonding
absolutely none,
requirement
so we're
in the town of
establishing.
Scituate, right? So we're trying to establish one. Many other towns in the state have lot width requirements so that we can try to prevent some egregious situations.
Is 30 feet the standard that you typically see? Or was it 50?
No, it depends on where you are. I mean, we tried to adapt something that was for Scituate, like Lowell has, you have to put a 150-foot circle within a square. Other towns do perimeter square, blah, 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 and you get all these, percentage calculations. And we tried to pick something that would be simple, very easily understandable, so there'd be no, the building department would be able to easily interpret it.
I'm looking at the building department.
He wants it to be easily interpretable.
And they were in on the
They-
workshop.
right, they-
Yeah.
We had a meeting with them and we hashed it all out with them. We showed them what the problem was and, you know, they couldn't support 50, but they could support 30.
This is good work.
So I heard Mr. Bjorklund get up and debate to get it reduced. He's a developer, but our own town department wanted it smaller as well. Is that correct?
We went from 50 to 30.
I know, but did we want that, or did the developer who was at the meeting want
The
it?
zoning board of appeals wanted that.
They wanted it also. What was their reason for shrinking it?
That's a good question.
They thought that potentially they might be seeing too many variances. Why we initially picked 50 is because you have 50-foot frontage lots. And so, you know, everything was going to be 50. But if they think that there'll be too many variances, you know, for really hardship situations, we obviously don't want that to happen. So we agreed to change it.
You can always change it later.
That's right. Thank you. Yes, we can.
What would be your temperature on the board, on your board for this revised?
I think this one will pass.
Any other questions? Anyone in the audience? Rat tails?
Didn't know if Bob had anything to say.
Well, I
Oh,
looked at it.
yeah.
We all looked at it.
Nothing to
He
add,
didn't
Bob?
raise his hand.
Only that on what Karen just mentioned about the zoning board of appeals, the fear was that depending on the dimension chosen, you'd make more and more lots that now exist, pre-existing non-conforming. And every pre-existing non-conforming situation, if it wants to be further developed, an addition over a certain square footage, something like that, has to go before the ZBA for a special permit. So I think the board was trying to somewhat minimize the number of cases that would fall into that category.
All right.
Makes sense.
Anything else? No? Next.
All right, so the next one, I'm going to let Bob do his own article
Yes.
for section 8. So the next one for us would be, we get into the zoning bylaws for the marijuana.
Oh, wait a minute then. Bob, do you want to, would you mind if he did this so that he doesn't have to?
I don't mind.
We'll be here for a long time. So it's,
Mr. Vogel,
I agree.
I just want to give him an opportunity.
Have seats.
Thank you. Thank you for calling out of order. Thanks for the work. Thanks for planning board. So, the article that I and the zoning board of appeals are proposing would modify section 800 of the zoning bylaws, which basically concerns how to deal with pre-existing non-conforming properties, and in particular, pre-existing non-conforming properties which have sustained damage of some kind and need to be repaired or restored. Right now, the way the bylaw is written, depending on the circumstances, you have either 2 or 4 years to repair or restore a property that's been damaged if it's on a pre-existing non-conforming lot. Good example is almost anything along the coast is going to be on a lot that doesn't meet today's zoning requirements. I know it was initially, that bylaw was initially put in to incentivize people to quickly repair and make their property nice again, so to speak. And it's had that effect in most cases, but in some cases it has the opposite effect. People basically abandon their property, and it, after that time period, can't be redeveloped in any meaningful way. And so you end up with a blighted property that really just sits there forever. There's not too many of those in town, but there are a few, and the situation could come up certainly going forward. So the changes proposed to the sections in, or the subsections in section 800, I'm going to just read through this. The changes proposed by this amendment would achieve the following. Combine the provisions of section 830, accidental damage to non-conforming structures or uses, and section 810, alteration of single and two-family non-conforming structures. The intent is to capture the repair and reconstruction of all types of property damaged from any cause under one section of the bylaw. Increase the window of redevelopment of a damaged property by right from 2 years to 4 years. Presently, 830 has a 4-year period, 810 has a 2-year period. We would make that 4 years across the board. This is an arbitrary number. The state statute refers to a minimum of 2 years, but leaves the maximum open, so it's perfectly legal to increase to 4 years. This change would allow a more realistic time frame to accomplish the restoration before the effort falls under the jurisdiction of the ZBA. Longer time periods for a restoration could be a product of a divorce proceeding, an extended discussion about a will, lots of very realistic and common reasons that you would need to extend that time period. Allow all time limits to be waived so that if you're beyond the 4 years, you can still have a redevelopment possibility for the property. Allow all time limits to be waived with a special permit or finding from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The intent is to provide a route by which properties can retain value and usefulness, therefore incentivizing redevelopment. Apply the new bylaw provisions only to any lawful structure or lawful use of land or structure existing in whole or in substantial part as of the effective date of this bylaw. So there are certain properties in town that would not fall under the effect of the bylaw, and that's, I believe, those properties do not warrant redevelopment. Let's put it that way as a sort of blanket statement. At any rate, the ZBA would make the determination of whether a property fell into the category of applicability of the bylaw or it did not, and that would be a part of the special permit public hearing process. Allow the ZBA to grant the requested relief only if it finds the repair, alteration, reconstruction, extension, or structural change will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. That's exactly the language that's already in the bylaw that we're looking at. The intent is to prevent inappropriate redevelopment of properties that would result in clearly undesirable conditions or situations. Also included in the bylaw, as it would be reconfigured, would be the following. No non-conforming use, once abandoned or not used for a period of 4 years or more, shall be allowed to be restored as a non-conforming use. And no non-conforming use, if changed to conforming use, shall revert to a non-conforming use. So the intent of that language basically is to weed out over time non-conforming uses, commercial uses within residential neighborhoods, for example. So those are the proposed changes, or the effect that the proposed changes would have.
Well, so if someone does not fix their property within 4 years, they get called before the zoning board of appeals. Does the town take the property? What happens?
Not necessarily. Right now, this is addressing properties that people have abandoned or not used for a period of 4 years. And that's the criterion that triggers the fact that now, under the existing bylaw, you can't reuse them. After that period expires, they're literally unusable. You could sell the land to a neighbor to extend their property. There's a few other things you could do, but you couldn't, for instance, rebuild a house that had been destroyed, and then after the 4 years have passed, nothing's happened to it. Perfect example is 81 Surfside Road, if anybody's been down there. So yeah, that's the reason. It really allows these properties to become developable, and they're not now. Along the way, we consulted with the town attorney, who agreed that the bylaw, the way it's written, if it went to court, could be construed as a taking, an uncompensated taking by the town, because he basically said to an owner, your property before it was destroyed was worth X hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now you've let 4 years pass without fixing it up. It's not worth very much anymore, so the value has been decreased by that process.
I don't know if anyone else on the board got an email, but a gentleman sent an email that I forwarded to you, and you had already talked to him.
Correct.
About, this issue, seemingly referring to this being developer-friendly, that it would essentially force some people, because they don't want to fix it, can't fix it, whatever, to sell to a developer so that they can at least get some money for it. So
I'd be happy to address that. It seems to me pretty obvious that the benefit for this is primarily to the owners of these properties, and largely beyond that to the neighborhoods where these properties exist. You certainly don't want to be living nearby to a derelict property, which is a fire hazard, which attracts vermin, which could be anything. But the fact is that we'd like to cure these situations wherever they exist and wherever we find them. And this is one way to do it. So the owner, gets the financial benefit immediately. The property, presumably, now that it's marketable, goes on the open market. Certainly it's available for a developer to buy, as it's available for anyone to buy, but at a price that's realistic now and comparable to properties that do not have this problem or this history.
And there is a solution in terms of, we've seen situations where properties can't be sold because families are squabbling, heirs can't be found, and it goes on and on and on. We have a few examples of those.
Right.
But you would be able to waive that depending on the hardship that the,
Well, we can't cure the squabbling.
no, I wish you could.
We, you know,
But these things can go on for years. is what I'm
exactly
saying.
right.
Yeah.
And, you know, once that time period's elapsed, then as it's currently set up, you're in trouble, basically. So, you've basically given a route for redevelopment and you know, confirming the value of those properties beyond the right now, what's a cutoff date.
Questions? Marty, look at your vote.
Yeah, I do have a question, so I'm not clear on what happens at the 4-year mark. You know, what you just asked, what happens at the 4-year mark to,
Right now, they transition from a by right, you know, I can come in and just, you know, come to the building department and say, I want to rebuild this house and get a building permit for it. They would transition at that point to being under the purview of the zoning board of appeals. And so any project, any substantial project that's undertaken on a pre-existing non-conforming piece of land, right now still has to go before the zoning board. This would conceivably add a few cases to that, but would be essentially the same thing.
so they would market the land and they would get a developer, or is that how that works? I just don't know how it works.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
You know, you probably,
And does the money go
if
to
you were to
the
buy this,
landowner when it's sold?
yes.
So it's just, okay, so it's like an assistance, okay, gotcha, just to move it along.
Right,
Okay.
and, you know, presumably you'd buy it with a purchase and sales agreement that had a provision that it wasn't going to, you know, the deal wouldn't close until the zoning board of appeal had ruled and, you know, given the special permit,
Thank you.
something like that.
Tony?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused on how the extension is going to expedite the cleaning up of the land. I mean, you've given someone 4 years.
Right.
Now you're saying you can have more than 4 years, and you're not going to have any penalty for waiting longer. I mean, this piece of
Yeah, you-
property's been there for 4 years,
Right, exactly.
so now they can wait 6 years.
That's true. And so, you know, that may be an unintended negative consequence, but right now, the property, let's just say the example that you're talking about, can never be redeveloped. So
Well, what
this would
happens
be-
after 4 years right now? Can't the town take it?
No,
They can't.
no.
So what happens now? It passes 4 years, they can come before ZBA, right, and get a,
No.
So
The
it has to
way
be-
it's written, if it's abandoned or not used, you basically, believe it or not, and I know it's difficult to grasp, but it becomes useless, essentially. You cannot rebuild on it
you cannot rebuild one.
After 4 years.
after 4 years, depending on the circumstance, 2 years or 4 years.
So I do like the part where it says if it's non-conforming, after 4 years, it has to be conforming after that fact.
Well, if it's a non-conforming use, say the Egypt garage, not to use
The
that.
famous one.
A famous example, right. Could not be redeveloped as a garage. Could, under this, with a special permit from the ZBA, be redeveloped in conformance with the requirements of the district, which is residential.
Okay, so it could still be a non-conforming lot, it just couldn't be.
Yes,
Can't be a
A non-conforming
non-conforming
use.
use.
yes, absolutely.
Interesting.
Non-conforming uses go away 2 years after they've been abandoned under the statute.
I'm wondering if, well, I don't know, I think when there's a hard deadline, it tends to get things done.
That's what the original, you
Well,
know,
without,
drafters hoped.
right.
Ms. Canfield?
just a couple of clarifications. So the deletions are because everything's been combined into one article,
Correct.
just from my understanding.
Correct.
And, let's see, we answered that one, and then I think what both Ms. Kern and Mr. Vignani were alluding to, you mentioned the Surfside property, which would basically be rendered under this, a non-conforming property.
Right.
But the condition of the property then is really going to be the Board of Health or some other, I mean, what recourse do we have in the case of that one, and that one big storm, and it's going to be in the neighbor's yard?
Well, the difference really is that right now it has no value. There's no point in buying it because you can't do anything with it. This would allow it to be purchased and redeveloped with a home. It would have to meet all of FEMA flood requirements and town of Scituate zoning requirements. But it would not be worthless any longer. It would be presumably desirable. And the shell of the house that's there now would come down and a new home would go up.
So in the case of a property that doesn't, somebody walks away, they haven't done anything for 4 years, they don't care, they've got 17,000 cousins and no one wants to untangle it. And there's a
Right.
structure there that no one's taking down. At what point, where's our teeth? I guess is sort of what I'm concerned about. When can we remedy a situation that's dangerous to the abutters?
I think
How do we do
I
that?
have
I mean,
to,
I know this doesn't address them.
Two issues, Karen. The issue that you're talking about, that was one Tilden. The family walked away, we took it to tax title.
Right.
Okay, so if they stopped paying the taxes, we took it, we sold it, now they get renovated. In terms of the town getting involved, it's a very long, involved process. I did it 20-something years ago in Holbrook, but it has to be an imminent hazard to health and public safety.
So as long as they pay the taxes, we can't do anything else.
If they're paying the taxes, it's very difficult to do it, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
you need to convene a commission, go before a judge, get a court order. There's quite a lot to it. Plus, the town is out the expense of the demolition and removal. So, there's a lot to be considered.
Did you consider putting more, because I'm on the same path as Karen, did you consider putting more teeth in it so that after 4 years the town has more authority over the situation?
No, I honestly didn't. I was more concerned about not stripping these properties of all value and, again, sort of one side of that is, has the town, by that regulation, performed an uncompensated taking for which the town's responsible. And then, there's so much pressure to find good buildable land or any buildable land in Scituate right now. I think if this were to go into effect, I can't imagine these properties would sit around for too long without somebody being interested in redeveloping them. And
I
again,
think
there
the
are
sole
many-
reason why these aren't being worked on right now is because the current bylaw restricts it.
Correct. Well, I can,
Yeah, I mean, the term impression.
yeah, it's my impression, exactly.
Well, it solves one of the two problems.
Yeah.
Is there any questions from the board? No, anyone in the audience? No? All right, thank you, Bob, thank you for coming in,
Thank you very much.
appreciate it. Now, back to the issue at hand.
Is there anything else that Bob has on here?
I think that was it.
No, I don't think so.
Home have dinner.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Good night.
Oh, yes.
Straight home.
Right home,
Right, right.
right down the hill.
Go watch us on the TV.
That's when you get there.
What is it?
All right, so
Text us when you get there.
the first article for the marijuana articles is to replace the existing section 440.2 registered marijuana dispensaries with a new section 440.2 medical marijuana treatment centers. The Cannabis Control Commission, since we first adopted medical marijuana, the Cannabis Control Commission has come up with regulations and changed some of the terminology. They're no longer called registered marijuana dispensaries, they're called medical marijuana treatment centers. So we wanted to change that bylaw. We wanted to put definitions in the definition section, take out registered marijuana dispensary in the table of uses, and replace it with the new medical marijuana treatment centers, and provide the updated language in the bylaw.
So we already allow medical marijuana
We already
facilities.
allow medical marijuana, and we really can't ban medical marijuana. Nobody has come forward to offer to do a medical marijuana treatment center because they're not profitable by themselves. But we
So
still have
there's no
to,
confusion in TV land that we already have on the books.
We
And this is
already have.
cleaning that up in terms of the
Yes.
state regulations, et cetera. So they're already allowed, but you don't have one
Right, we
for
don't have
for
it.
any.
right, we don't have any.
All right, so does the board have any questions about the medical marijuana issue? No?
The issue or this article?
Well, this article, yeah, well, however you want to put it.
This article makes sense? Just administrative, really, right?
I have a question.
Yes.
If that's okay. Of course. Are all the conditions under D the same? You're just changing it to, so section, general requirements and conditions for all medical marijuana treatment. Are these new or are these basically the same?
It's rewritten. It was all rewritten, and it's a little bit different from what we have now, but we added stuff in here to make it correspond with what we were proposing for recreational marijuana as well.
Okay, so the 500 feet public, buffer zone and all that, that's new to align with the rest
We have
of
a 500-foot buffer right now
Today?
in the registered marijuana dispensaries. It's just measured slightly different.
Okay, so I can get into that in
Well,
the next one.
Yeah,
It's like covered
yeah,
a little
that's-
bit more.
Yeah.
well, before I vote on this one, the whole thing here says I'm changing a few words. And what Maura just said is, and you just said you wrote in policies. So what are which one is it?
T3. So why did you change that? Because was it 500 feet from boundary to boundary and not center?
Property line to property line. It had property line in there. It had things like where kids congregate, which is an undefinable definition. So we wanted to clean that up. We tried to make it consistent with the recreational.
The new proposed
Right.
regulation. I assume you erred on the side of making it more restrictive rather than less.
Yes.
I want all the language to be consistent.
Any other questions from the board?
Do you know how the advisory board voted on this? Do you want to-
Yes, yes, it
So
would
they
be helpful.
voted 7-0 in favor with Mr. Westall's statement.
On all the articles so far, they were 7-0.
All of the medical.
Oh, Article 17, 18, 19, point, all the ones you've heard so far. So they voted the same.
7-0.
Okay.
So does anyone think there's a facility that's missing? They've taken a general statement and tried to put some, Parameters on
T3.
so it didn't say recovery center, playground, library, ball field.
We added that.
We added that.
Right.
Then we added that to go with the recreational marijuana with input from the public. Those are specific areas that were asked by the public to be inserted.
So instead of where children congregate,
Which you can't put in.
Spelled it out.
Yeah, so this is, the Cannabis Commission no longer accepts where children congregate, so.
Question?
yes, please.
Just because I don't know all the personal caregivers, is it a defined term? Did I miss that somewhere? Is that in the cannabis?
That's the Cannabis
That's the
Commission.
cannabis.
They're like,
So they define it in the
Yeah,
state
like that.
statute? Okay.
the cannabis control regulations about this.
I know, that's why I just wanted to clarify.
For-
It is capitalized, so it looks like a,
Yeah, it's for your home health aid.
Right. Well, I would imagine that it's that thick to define it, that's why, right. Okay, thank you.
Can you keep going through the other changes that you made? Like in D4, did you say there was a change?
The existing one, the existing one has any school, library, park, ball fields, or other recreational facility typically used by children. Any other recreational marijuana dispensary or related activity, but not limited to independent testing effort. Any drug or alcohol rehab facility. Any correctional facility, halfway house, or similar facility. And the 500-foot is measured, the straight line from the nearest point of the property line to the proposed registered marijuana dispensary.
So on part 4, you changed,
We added that language to do playgrounds, bondage, ball fields, we added that again.
Religious education,
Religious
facilities.
education.
because there was no change in the measuring aspect, it was just adding those facilities.
No, because they changed
We added
geometric
500
center
feet now.
from boundary, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways,
Can you say that again? I mean, you changed what?
We added 500 feet to be a passable barrier, which is boundary line. Right?
What did it used to be?
It was property line.
Property line.
So what's the difference?
And then I think Pam's solution defines that.
We didn't think it made a lot of difference between the door and where the property line was. And that's why we changed it.
So if somebody puts it way back deep on their property, and their door is 300 feet from the property, then a playground could be 200 feet away from the property line?
All the playgrounds that we have in the town of Scituate
Just asking.
are in residential districts. So we don't allow, except for the North Scituate, and we have the 500 feet from there.
But my question is that situation correct? If you're 400 feet past from your property lines where your front door is, then something could, 100 feet across the street from the property line could be one of these things. I just don't know why you changed it.
Just to keep the clarification with the adult use. That's why the language is consistent between medical and adult
But
use.
we created the whole adult use one on our own.
And
Why didn't we do it the other way?
why did we do medical?
No, why didn't we do the recreational one 500 feet from the property line instead of doing it the other way?
Because when we looked at it, we didn't think that it made a lot of difference in 100 feet.
And that came from the two attorneys and the attorney general didn't seem to think that that was a big deal for us. So this was all vetted through two attorneys, what can you, so they didn't seem to find a huge difference between changing how we measured it.
But
Because of how we restrict where it goes.
now, today, but not 10 years from now.
In the current zoning bylaw, the medical marijuana is only allowed in the DBP district. That's the same thing here in this proposed zoning bylaw as well. It's only allowed in the DBP district,
which
Which
is what?
one district in the Greenbush. Did you read the presentation, the PowerPoint that we sent?
We're at the meeting, I don't know your acronym, so.
It's
What does
basically
DBP stand for, or whatever you say?
Driftway Business Park. It's basically where Scituate Concrete Pipe is.
That's the only place it's allowed.
That's
it.
the only place
That's
that,
it.
In that small zoning district.
is the only place
Small
where a medical
subject.
marijuana place could go?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. It's a very small sub-district.
Right, but it's,
Yes.
To Tony's point, so let's say Scituate Pipe decides to sell. And the new Drew development puts a daycare center in their first floor, which they proposed in the past. then it would be, you could put something pretty much on the property line of Scituate where the pipe concrete is, because it would be 500 feet. But it could go right onto the property line there, basically, into this.
It depends where if the Drew,
We are on the
when
property.
the Drew put the daycare facility. If the daycare facility is pre-existing, then no, they couldn't.
They could within 500 feet of
If
the
they put it in
property.
if somebody offers to do a daycare facility after this is all,
Right.
you know, if it's approved, then that's kind of like buyer beware.
No, I'm just saying, I'm addressing sort of the distance thing. So that building is at least 500 feet from the property line where the daycare center would be. So in theory,
This is the Driftway Business Park District.
okay.
So back to my question, I just want to know why you were thinking of changing it that way. Why did you make it shorter instead of wider?
Because we were trying to make it consistent with the recreational marijuana.
Recreational doesn't exist yet, we haven't even talked about it.
Well, we rewrote it so that they would be consistent.
Okay, well, then I'm going to ask you in about 5 minutes, why'd you do it for recreation?
Because we're here answering a citizen's petition that came to us.
I know the
Okay.
whole story.
Okay, but that's why we did that, so when we did zoning, which is what we do, we don't approve businesses, we wrote a legal land use for a cannabis establishment. It's very zoned, particularly just for cannabis.
I understand, but
Okay.
in both instances, why did you go this way instead of this way?
But we only have so much room, so we had to put it somewhere. And 500 feet is what's in the Cannabis Commission, that's what they use as their.
I understand the 500 feet, I don't really, I think that's the norm,
Yeah,
but I don't know why you changed it from the boundary line to the door. It just makes it just opens up more spaces for it to go when the town has asked you to ban it twice.
once, we had a moratorium. So why did we, because the lawyers that we spoke to thought that this was a good way for us to, we're not lawyers, so that's what they told us, so we're just following their best advice, which they seem to think works in every other town. I mean, we can only do what we are told. Well, one suggestion.
You don't have to do what the pro-cannabis attorney told you to do.
And we didn't do everything the cannabis attorney said.
What's that?
We did it because we took into account the small town that we live in and where things are located. And so we tried to take all that in the comments from people and make a bylaw.
No, I understand. I support the bylaw. I spoke up in favor of it last year, and I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm just wondering what your thought process was when you said, I'm going to put it, we already have something in place that says boundaries. And you said, no, I'm going to make a door now. And I don't understand why you did it.
Well, if I could ask, what is the effect? Is the effect to make a medical marijuana establishment, the placement, is it less strict or more strict now?
Well, with medical marijuana, it can only go in one place,
Right.
so it can only.
But everyone seems to be dealing with this issue of the door versus the boundary. So my question is the proposal with the medical marijuana changes, is it more restrictive or less restrictive?
I think it's less restrictive.
I think it's probably a little less for the distance, but the types of things we put in are the same or more restrictive.
All right.
You mean the playgrounds and
Yes,
the libraries?
yes.
So I think that's the question, right?
Right, yeah, I guess the question is, why did you make it a little less restrictive?
Because nothing else was going into that area, that's our industrial area, right?
Right, so I guess my question would be, is that changeable at this point?
Everything's changeable until the time the warrant goes to the town meeting floor, even changeable on town meeting floor.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer would be yes, it is changeable. It would be changeable.
Okay.
Just for the minutes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For Article 20, where is it specifically that there's this language issue? I'm unclear. I can't locate it.
I'm on D3 and D4,
D4.
but I don't see where it says the door instead of the property. Where
That's
is
what
that?
I'm looking for. I don't understand.
It says the buffer zone distance of 500 feet shall be measured in a straight line from the geometric center of the MTC entrance to the geometric center of the nearest school, daycare, preschool, right?
Well, the entrance, this one is.
I'm sorry, Patty, where is that?
Page
It's
27.
the first line,
I
number
don't have
4.
page numbers.
D4.
D4.
D4, Lorraine.
Okay, D4 right here.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the first line.
So one of them says the entrance, and one of them says the center of the school. So now you're not even going from the entrance of the school, you're going from the center of the building, right?
No, it
The
says,
MTC entrance,
MTC
the
entrance.
center of the nearest school. That would be-
School, daycare, prayer, all the things that you added.
So we're missing the, we have center, oh wait, that should be entrance, I guess, right, not center? Yeah.
Why don't you put property line on both?
where do you see center that should be entrance? I'm sorry. Where do you see center that should be entrance? I'm sorry.
D4, the first sentence in D4.
But it's-
I have it right here. It says
Right here,
entrance.
this word
Yeah.
here.
Right here, Elaine. You keep that.
Well, I'd like to suggest that, having watched a lot of meetings about this issue, it seems to me as though the sense I have is that the more strict. So when we have an opportunity to be more strict, I think it seems like that's the sense I've got without having done a public opinion poll. And I'm sure that's what you've probably been hearing that as well.
Well, we've heard arguments both ways,
Well,
so, I mean,
I don't know the whole thing, I don't know.
I would agree with you.
Any questions, any more questions about this medical marijuana?
Yeah.
So this
All
is,
right,
I wanna
be my
keep-
guest, be my
Keep going
guest.
down
Go,
every change.
keep going. You got it.
So
You're
what,
on.
what else did you change?
the medical marijuana,
Yeah.
so if you go down to, ours are all color coded, so D5, you see that we added language, addiction, treatment, and recovery center, playground, libraries, we added that language everywhere.
Okay, so they're all gonna say the same issue.
They're all the
Fine.
same thing. And then you're gonna go to J, which is on the next page, which is gonna have the same language.
Jay, you said?
Yeah. And then medical treatment centers are going to identify pre-existing public or private. So we added, again, addictions, treatment or recovery, playgrounds, libraries, ball fields, that pre-exists. So we added that language everywhere that just used to say what people congregated before. And then on,
But you have to add entrance, right, again, in all these? Or is it defined somewhere? Maybe that's the issue, right?
No, well,
It's
that's
already
part of
it's
it.
already defined earlier.
So whatever that little phrase is that has all the entrance and the spaces, that'll be changed in all these places you're talking about.
well, we haven't agreed to
Right.
change anything.
That's what,
but,
I mean, you don't have to go over every one of those, I guess.
But then we do want to add on 4, standard review on the next page,
Mhm.
4E. At the request of the petitioner, we changed that from 10,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet, which is the size of a grow canopy.
So what is,
It was 10,000, did you see that it's E?
Page is
Oh,
E, size
29.
of MTC activities.
Yeah, the cultivation of cannabis for medical use shall be limited to 5,000 square feet. It used to be 10,000.
Right.
So you made that
We made
more
that change.
restrictive,
Yes, at the request of the petitioner.
smaller rather than larger.
well, it's probably easier to put a smaller one somewhere than a bigger one.
Well, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that they went from 10,000 to 5,000, and I would argue that that is stricter. That's all I'm saying. Well, it doesn't matter. If someone wanted to put 10,000, but they can only put 5,000, that's what they're gonna get, right?
So it's a limit of 5,000.
And so one of those issues that we came across when we were doing all this kind of zoning was that we had to look at the town to see where it was going and how much property was there. There's not a lot of property in these places. And I think the other interesting issue is that when people talk about cannabis and marijuana in particular, they talk about dispensaries, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 13 types. So that's one of the interesting things that people only think about retail stores, and that's not what's covered in this bylaw at all. So we have to find a place for every single one of those little things to exist.
Under the proposed.
Yes.
Well,
Or
this is
adult
just-
use.
this
This is
is
20, yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
20. I'm just trying
This
to
is
make the
medical.
distinction here.
Yeah.
Right now, we're on the medical.
Yep.
We
And
want
that goes
to
to all
come
the
into-
changes that we made in the medical.
So the 5,000 feet's the last change was?
Yes. And that's not a lot of cannabis, currently. Can't go on 5,000 square feet.
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know. That's what they tell me. You might not have the whole thing, but that's the problem, yeah. I have so much paper, so,
We've killed a lot of trees.
oh, like you wouldn't believe.
Anyone else on medical marijuana, the changes?
Just if you would consider maybe making it go back to the property lines instead of the entrances in the middle of buildings and stuff.
Take it under advisement.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Take it under advisement, all right?
That's why we're here.
All right.
To voice our opinions and to you, Jason, and do what
Absolutely.
you.
Take it under advisement.
Yep.
Oh. Good point.
Anyone else? Yes, I hear a point coming up.
Sorry, I was.
Karen just mentioned that we're going to vote on what language tonight when we vote on articles.
How about we could revisit that amendment, if the planning board decided to amend it, but
Well, they've got to vote there, so.
come back, right?
Well, you can take the same vote you took on the petition article, that you opposed it as drafted, or you were in favor of it as drafted.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to the next one?
Any questions? On the board? I saw it. and
Don't be
raised
shy, everybody
everyone.
asks us all kinds of questions.
Okay, well, I just want to be sure everyone gets to ask what they need to ask. So we'll have to figure out how we vote.
We can revisit it at town meeting. Based on that.
Jim, I assume, are these articles, it's going to depend on Jim Clooney, right? How many amendments he will allow, and he will probably only allow them in having them in writing in hand.
And depending on what they are.
Right.
So on a zoning article, and could correct me, but generally you go from being less restrictive to more restrictive on town meeting floor. You can't go the other way.
Right.
So 500 feet from the property line going to the center, would that be more restrictive? Probably. Going from the center to the property line, less restrictive, he might not allow that. That's entirely up to the moderator, but generally you'd be more restrictive on town meeting floor, not less.
So the moderator, for everyone's information, will be having a meeting prior to town meeting, and that is where the rules of the road are established. And I know from talking to Jim that it's his intention to be fair to everyone. No matter what your opinions are, he's going to try to be fair, and he's going to run the meeting the way we run our meetings, and there won't be, no one's going to put their finger on the scales here. So I just want to assure everyone of that, and that is what Jim is very good at. So if you're interested in the rules of the road, which you should be, you should know what they are. And so once we've got the moderator's meeting scheduled, we may do it by Zoom, I'm not really sure, but we'll let everyone know well in advance. So any other questions from the board on the medical marijuana zoning? No? Any questions out here? Yes, ma'am?
Hi, my name's Margaret Tansey,
Yes.
243 Gannett.
Thank you.
I just have a question that applies to any of the zoning bylaws related to the cannabis industry beyond the medical use, which we know is approved, mandated by the state. So it's my understanding that if Scituate should implement and approve any of these next category of proposed bylaws, that then it renders the ban or the moratorium moot, because there's a general bylaw I'm looking at that it says general bylaws cannot contradict use controlled by zoning bylaw. So I think that's troubling to me, that by approving and putting forward any of these other zoning suggestions to incorporate the cannabis industry in the, 5, 10, numbers that are being proposed for different aspects of the industry, that, we're disregarding, we're circumventing that whole express ban. That's just, I don't know if we have clarification on that. Is the town council here?
No, town council's not here.
Okay.
And I've watched a number of meetings where she has been on, and this is an ongoing source of discussion. And that is why I talked to the moderator the other day to let him know, he's out of town for, a couple weeks, but to let him know that this is a source of considerable questioning.
Right.
How we do this, if we do one thing first and then we do the other thing, and which goes first. So he's well aware of it. Excuse me, can I just finish? Thank you. So the moderator's well aware of it, and that's why I'm saying to everyone, the rules of the road are going to be very important here. So I certainly can't answer that question, and I don't know that anyone else here tonight can answer that question, but
So we are pursuing getting clarification from the Attorney General on that?
well, it's
No,
the moderator.
So,
town council advises us as to what is correct legally for Scituate. The Attorney General wouldn't be involved until these passed or didn't pass, and then they would review them.
Town council has talked to the Attorney General's office.
The Attorney General wouldn't review them before town.
No, not review it before town meeting, but just to get some guidance on some of the issues, town council has talked to the Attorney General's office.
great.
One of them is the way that you would, what you do first.
What you do
what
first.
do.
Yes, right.
So you're very clear on that.
It's just, I'm trying to listen
Yeah.
and direct track here. Yes, ma'am.
Just a point of clarification, there are two issues. One, you very correctly point out, is who's on first as far as if we do one thing, with the vote outcome. And what we're discussing now is the language that will be before everyone. So that's a little bit a different conversation. We're going to talk about what has been proposed by planning to make sure, and we'll vote whether we support the language put forward. And then the second question is, when we get to town meeting, whatever that language ends up being, does that timing make a difference? So they're kind of, I don't know if I'm being clear on that, but no, not being clear?
Can I make one statement? Right now, we're doing what town council recommends. We're putting everything in the order and the number of articles that town council has recommended. So, separating out medical, then doing recreational, then removing the zoning bylaw ban, taking out the temporary moratorium in the zoning bylaw, then there's the local option tax, and then there's removal of the general bylaw ban. We're doing that how town council has recommended.
Karen, before you go, can you just ask her, what was that you read? Where did you get those words?
This is from the, Massachusetts Municipal Association. So it's,
Do you know what that is, Jim? Is that,
I know what the MMA is, yeah.
no, I mean, is that a Massachusetts
I have
bylaw?
a reference on that.
Just
The
a minute.
MMA is not a pilot, it's an organization. I'd have to look at, she'd have to send me the link, I'd have to look at what she said, what she's quoting. I just know it's.
yeah, I'm happy to share it afterwards. I can.
Well, yeah, Mass Municipal does do a lot of review of various issues facing municipalities. I assume that some of the stuff that they put in, they have to say, have a disclaimer perhaps that, might not apply to you or whatever. But if you could send us that.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Thank you. There was someone else before you, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Margaret Donovan, 9 Trysting Place, and I didn't know you were going to bring this up, but I just found this afternoon. This is from an article from the Massachusetts Municipal Association from April 30th, 2019, and it's about the town of Charlton in the middle of Massachusetts. And what happened is they passed bylaws, and actually this went to, I found out before dinner, went to the appellate court, state appellate court, with a ruling last June, and they lost because the general bylaw could not contradict zoning bylaws that had been passed. And the result is, and I know we don't know what would happen in Scituate, but this is unintended consequences. It's, the company is, I think, I don't know, World Green or something, but Boston Business Journal reports that the result of this is one of the largest manufacturing marijuana operations in the country is now in central Massachusetts. So I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I think we should be very careful about the order of these things because this doesn't seem to be made up. It's you can look it up, it's Valley Green Growers versus Town of Charlton.
That's why the planning board is putting on the removal of the general bylaw, so they're not in conflict.
Yes, but
Okay,
if
but
we
you need
pass,
If the zoning article, if I can finish, the zoning articles pass, they take a 2/3 vote. The general bylaw only takes a majority vote, so I don't see how a 2/3 vote is going to pass and a majority vote is going to fail.
well, because I went to one of the meetings and I listened to another one online, and I think the planning board has done this, and if I've understood correctly, that they were doing this to protect the town, and if it's presented that way, for people to vote for the bylaws so that the town will be safe and have restricted bylaws, and if it passes by 2/3 and the general bylaw is only a simple majority, I think that some marijuana company is going to have a very good shot at saying, wait a minute, the town passed all these zoning bylaws to allow it. So, again, I think you can look it up, there's the case and all the information.
I'm making the same argument you are. If we pass all the 2/3 articles to zone for it, then the removal of the prohibition only takes a majority vote. So why would people support the zoning and say, we want marijuana facilities in town, and then still vote to ban them?
Because they will be told that you need to, that's what I heard at the meeting, and ladies, you correct me if I'm wrong, that we need to get behind voting for these first in case the ban is not passed, the general bylaw is not passed, then Scituate would be left, with companies coming without these restrictive bylaws.
You can't pass and jump at any time.
No, thank you.
You can't pass the removal of the restriction of the general bylaw that says you cannot have retail marijuana in Scituate. You can't remove that without doing the zone. Okay, you have to do the zoning, otherwise if you just take that out, it's the Wild West. They can go to any business district, any place they want, anywhere they want with no restrictions. So what the planning board is saying is, you put the restrictions in place, you vote those, and then you remove the prohibition, because you put your safeguards in place.
So it's
That's strategically counterproductive.
reductive.
Yeah.
Why don't we
That's
have a straight up
strategically
vote on whether or not.
circumventing the ban.
No, we can't, I don't want to get
I
argumentative here.
can answer to that. I'm someone who would vote down.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you need to speak through the chair, that's okay, and identify yourself, please.
Sorry.
It's okay. Believe me, I know how people feel about this. It's abundantly clear.
I just thought I could clarify. Deanna Roman, 37 Tanglewood Drive.
Thank you.
And give you, my example is I would vote the general ban. I would want to hold that in place. But given what I understand, I would be someone who would vote for the zoning bylaw changes because I'm concerned about the ban being lifted. So I would be in that 2/3 majority. But then I would vote the ban down, if that makes sense to you.
Can I clarify
No.
something?
Yeah, my advice would be, if you're opposed to it, vote against the whole thing.
That's right.
Vote against the whole thing.
Can I make a
But that
clarification?
is Can I just finish? That is where, we're all concerned, what you said, like we don't want the Wild West. We're concerned if the ban's lifted, we want the strictest zoning bylaws in place, so we would vote for that, being afraid that the ban is gonna be lifted. So we're gonna get in trouble, that's all I'm saying. I can't, I would struggle to not vote for the strictest zoning bylaws in that first vote. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I just think it's,
I know it's
I don't
silly,
have to
but.
vote, so it's fine with me. I'm good, I'll just be sitting up the front taking notes.
All right, yes, please.
There's two ban removals. There's one in the zoning bylaw, which, as Jim said, requires a 2/3 vote. That's before you get the ban in the general bylaw. Town council has talked to the Attorney General's office. If you vote the zoning bylaw in, but don't remove the ban, then you have illusory zoning, and you are subject to potential lawsuits. So basically, if you don't want to if you want to keep the ban on marijuana, you should vote no on the zoning bylaw, vote no on the ban, and vote no on the general bylaw.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Folks,
So can
don't
we, if we can move on, in my opinion, it's the language in Article 21 that we need to review to ensure that it's as restrictive as our community wants it to be, so that all of the voting can be aligned. That, in my mind, is where we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can go around and around and around and around tonight on this issue of, how it goes and what you should vote. But again, I want to say, I think that the moderator is going to be well prepared to try to explain it as succinctly as possible, well prior to the meeting, so that people aren't hearing about it 3 days before. That, he will tell people what his opinion is, and he is a municipal attorney. So I think we can, and he lives in Scituate, so he's a citizen and he cares about this. And he cares about how people feel treated, that they've been listened to, respected, and that whatever the outcome is, that everyone thinks it was done fairly. So that's where we're at. And I know the what ifs and the what ifs and the what ifs, but I don't think we're going to solve that problem here tonight.
If I can just make one comment.
Yes, of course.
I agree with them 100%. We asked the zoning board, the planning board, sorry guys, to come up with these bylaws in case the ban was ever going to get removed. Now we're finding out that in doing that, we have to make a decision on whether the ban, in fact, they are actually requesting that the ban be removed. And that's not what the intention was when we looked at this a year ago and said, hey, we're afraid the ban's going to be removed. If it does happen to get removed, we want some sort of, we don't want it to be the Wild Wild West.
So
And let me just finish one, and in the scenario that Jim just mentioned, the Wild Wild West would be about 5 minutes, right? Because you lift the ban, or you don't lift the ban, and then you vote the bylaw, unless somebody's getting a petition, a building permit at town hall during town meeting, there's a very small gap of time when anything could happen if you put the ban first. And I know it doesn't make sense, I mean, I've spoken to a few of you about it, what town council was saying didn't make any sense to me, but I think that's very important and not for us to decide now, but we have to have a pretty good grip on it when we go to town meeting, so that, I don't remember your name, but you mentioned a lawsuit that flipped on the town that thought they were probably doing something different.
I think, Tony, and I don't want to belabor this because we get a lot of, it flips the argument, right? And again, planning will correct me if I'm wrong. Even, and this is just popped into my head as I'm saying it, even if the general prohibition is removed, the town can still make the argument that marijuana is not allowed because it's not specifically allowed in the bylaw. Things that are not specifically allowed in your zoning bylaw are prohibited.
Exactly.
So it just changes the lawsuit, right? If you pass the zoning and don't pass the prohibition, someone will sue saying it's illusionary zoning. If you pass the prohibition and don't pass the zoning, the town can still say it's not allowed because it's not specifically prohibited in the zoning. It just flipped the lawsuit. Could be somebody say you have to allow people with the
We
prohibition.
can't make decisions in fear of lawsuits.
Right.
I'm not saying, I'm just trying to lay out what the arguments are. I get sued every day.
that is exactly true. So what happened was that when this came to us last October, the citizens petition came to the planning is a courtesy. They did not have to come to us. They could have just appeared on town meeting floor. And they came to us out of a courtesy, and we said to them, you know, there's no legal land use in your language. You need to be careful about where this is gonna go. Please let us take a hold of this. Let's put some real good restrictions on this, and let's see if we can get this passed. Which we hope will not be all of this up and down, if I understand everybody's concern. What happened was is that when we went back to read the citizens petition, it said to look at being on all marijuana establishments. So that's kind of caught us a little unaware. So we have been accused, we have been outright accused of hiring a pro-marijuana attorney, and we did not hire him. He came with the citizens petition. And yes, he is, this is what he does. But my analogy is if I'm going to build a house, I'm not going to hire an accountant, I'm going to hire an architect. So if I'm going to write a bylaw for Scituate, I'm going to get the guy who can help me the most and make the very best bylaw that we can make for the town. He gave us a lot, and he told us where to look and where not to look. Karen and I think I've looked at every single marijuana thing in the state. I've been to, I don't know how many, from East Hampton to North Hampton dispensaries myself. And I talked to everybody in those towns. They were very willing to speak to you. We told them what you were there for, what you wanted to talk about. And they all talk about putting your zoning in place first, and how very important that is, because that protects the town. That's the real big thing about it. If you don't want it on Front Street, then you need to say that it goes in North Scituate. That's exactly what all of this language comes down to. So to Mrs. Curran's point, in 4.3, in the applicability, we put a very, very specific request in there about not passing this until everything else passes. So that has to do with recreational marijuana, which is what I know everybody is concerned about, which is why almost everything in the town is residential. All our schools are residential areas, all our libraries, all of our beaches. People came to us with concerns about people going out to the spit with marijuana, when they go out with alcohol. That's a policing issue, that's not a planning board issue, unfortunately. We can't stop that behavior. But we put that in, Mrs. Curran, specifically that no marijuana establishment shall be cited or allowed unless and until those match legal terms, such time as section 492 of the zoning bylaw and section 32060 of the general bylaw are removed. And that's our big protection about lawsuits coming for us. You have to look at both of those. You have to have everything in place.
I get that.
Yeah.
I just want to get to the 21 language.
All right, so, you want to start? Go ahead. Or,
No, don't they want to present it? So, because 21 is much more, it's much broader.
All right.
In my opinion.
So I gave you the background of how we got it. We've had 3 meetings for this, at least. We've had 3 public meetings. We've had a lot of correspondence, most of the people who are against 13 demand, which is fine. I've had numerous phone calls. I guess my number should not be publicly listed. Everyone just called me to tell me and leave me messages, including the Catholic Church, which I have to tell you didn't answer. So, so like I said, this is all brand new, and this is really where we needed a lot of guidance, and we read a lot. The Cannabis Commission came to this, and we went to Rockland and we went to Marshfield. We went to towns that were like us. We didn't go to Quincy, we didn't go to Brookline. They just didn't match us. That's apples and watermelons. We needed apples and apples. So we have very little area. So people are super concerned about the size of a grow house. We don't have a lot of place to put a grow house. It's down in the concrete pipe, and that is it. There's not a lot of places to do this. So we spent months looking at every piece of property in town, and that's how we came up with this list of uses and where you could put the stuff. So does everybody knows the history of how we got this, and I know why we're here, right?
Any
questions about how this
how
came
we
about?
got to where we are?
From then till now? So if you look on page 31 or number 4, you'll see that all of that language reflects what was in the medical. It's exactly the same
The
language.
definitions?
Yeah. No matter what it says, shall be located within 500 feet, libraries, playgrounds, schools, all of that stuff. But then we become really, really specific about what you need in order to come here. So I know that people were concerned about the zoning, that we were over zoning, and yes, indeed we were over zoning, because we were over zoning for a cannabis establishment, and we are very aware of that, so that's why it's got smaller.
When we initially came, well, our first proposals, and during this whole process of writing this bylaw, we met with the police chief, we talked with the police chief multiple times, and we incorporated all his comments into the bylaw. When we first came out with this, we were under the mistaken impression that we could limit the number of establishments. We limit the number of retail establishments, but we do not limit the other establishments because we're not allowed to. The citizens petition proposed all of them, and town council has advised us that we need to include all of them in the bylaw. And the citizens petition asked us to do blank, we're doing what the citizens petition asked. To limit the type of establishments, the number would have to be a ballot question. We have not been asked to do a ballot question.
Who would ask you to do that?
If we didn't have a citizen's petition, and we wanted to lift it, we would need a ballot.
In order to limit the establishments
Yeah, we
that
just,
are allowed by the state cannabis law.
right, yes.
We would have to,
But what precludes that is we had a citizen's petition that asked us to lift all of that, so if you came to us and said, you know what, our moratorium has expired, could you please write a land use for us, we would be able to limit that, but we can't because this comes on the end of the citizen's petition.
Madam Chair, may I ask a
Yes.
point of clarification?
Yes,
So
yes.
I was watching the planning board meeting, and I heard Cindy, so I think we have to have her restate it, state that you could restrict up to, you couldn't restrict more than 20%. So
That's for retail only.
Retail only.
there's all
That's
these
just
other
that
uses.
Oh, I know, I'm looking at it, and that's what I think is too broad. Like, that's how I interpreted her statement, was that you could restrict like 20% of all those definitions.
No, you
Would you like me to read from a memo
Yeah,
from
sure.
town council?
That will clarify it for you.
Sure.
There has been much discussion about whether the town can limit the number and/or type of marijuana establishments within Scituate. As the state's Cannabis Control Commission notes, she gives a reference, NGL, grants municipalities local control, encourages communities to consider how cannabis commerce fits into their long-term municipal planning process. Guidance on equitable cannabis policies for municipalities. The guidance goes to explain that the municipality may, but is not required to limit the type of marijuana establishments.
Okay.
However, if a municipality wishes to limit the number of marijuana establishments, it may do so in compliance with the provisions of MGL 94G, local control. And it sets out
Which is what?
procedure.
Does she define what that is?
Yeah, it sets out the municipality must follow in order to restrict the number and type of marijuana establishments. After December 31st, 2019, a municipality can only limit the number of marijuana establishments in the city or town after submitting any bylaw or an ordinance for approval to the voters, ballot question, pursuant to the procedure in subsection E before adopting the bylaw or ordinance if it would prohibit the operation of one or more types of marijuana establishments within the city or town, limit the number of marijuana retailers to fewer than 20% of the number of licenses issued within the city or town for the retail sale of alcoholic beverages not to be drunk on the premises or sold under section 15, chapter 138, or limit the number of any type of marijuana establishment to fewer than the number of medical marijuana treatment centers registered to engage in the same type of activity in the city or town. So we say we're only going to have 2 retail, which is based on 20% of the number of takeout alcohol licensed not to be consumed on premises. And she has advised us that we can't limit the other types of establishments because we don't have a ballot question.
However, we can limit it because of where they're going to go. That's the zoning that comes into place. That's how you limit it that way.
Tell me.
Just, two quick questions, and then a quick. First of all, just a clarification, you're not doing this for the petitioner.
No,
You
we
said
do
that
it
a
for the
couple
town,
times,
yeah.
right? The petitioner put an article before us. They wanted to petition the legislation to force it down the town's throat,
No.
right? We asked you asked you to do what's in the best interest of the town.
For the town,
Right,
yes.
so that's, the petitioner has nothing to do with this. My question is, if we thought it was in the best interest of the town to limit those other uses, and it had to go to a ballot, then why aren't you suggesting that we go to a ballot? To not, because we don't want 10 of these 20 options. As opposed to saying, yes, they're allowed. I mean, this doesn't have to happen today. If the right procedure is go to a ballot and get the uses correct before we tell the town they can do it, I don't know why that wasn't, or maybe it was considered. Again,
Well, they probably didn't know, so you heard.
We found out,
From the
we
lawyer.
found out late in the process, between between the special town meeting, when the town meeting indefinitely postponed it and referred it to the planning board. We have been working constantly on this, and we didn't find out till late in the process, after we got town council involved, that she says, her opinion is no, you can't do this.
So I'm aligned with you.
Yeah.
I think the process is backwards right now.
well, first I'm going to apologize, because I know feel like I'm attacking you, and I'm not meaning to attack you. I'm attacking the issue. But I think once you know these things, that we've got to set it up for what's best for the town. And it doesn't have to be, I mean, these are the types of things that could get it blown out of town meeting anyways, right? Someone gets up and talks about it, it gets IP'd because the town doesn't want it. But what we want to do is set it up the way that the town should have this. And, you know, if you're finding out stuff now that says, hey, another step should be first, then we should really consider stopping the path and doing it the right way, if you think that's what it should be.
Well, I think that, like Patty said, we've limited the locations where these other type of establishments could go, and it's very restrictive.
But it's restrictive right now, until somebody goes and buys a piece of property somewhere, knocks down, you know, a condominium complex, and all of a sudden they put in something else.
Well, no, because our zoning would prohibit that, and all these are by special permit as well.
And they have to come to you.
And they have to come to you too,
For the host
before they come
agreement.
to us.
They come to you for a host agreement. It starts with you.
Right.
So, and
But
then,
if it's difficult to not give a host agreement when the town allows it.
you'd be surprised.
So, and, you know, in my opinion, after reading all this stuff, I think your host agreement is gonna go away sooner rather than later, because towns are abusing it. That's what's happened. So, there will come a time when you don't even have a part of this process. So, you know, that's when you kind of get your teeth into that at that point, because you still have a say in the process.
So we wouldn't have the same say as we do on liquor licenses?
You want to have a host agreement, which is your 3%.
Right, and yeah, I've heard that's probably going to go away, but in terms of the license, the select board would still be
You'll still have to have
the
license.
licensing phase.
I know there are more questions.
No, you can't be-
No,
sorry,
it's
sorry.
not licensed,
No.
the Cannabis Control Commission.
Sorry.
Would
Okay,
license.
all right, that's,
And then
You
the
have
planning
nothing, yeah.
board
Why I asked
would
the
be a
question.
special permit granting authority,
okay.
so that, you know,
So what's the host agreement goes
Well,
away
we
in
do have
thought?
an ABCC, I think that's what they're called, and they're
Yeah.
up there somewhere in the process, and so are we, so I was just trying to clarify that.
we're just trying to give you the right
Yeah.
information.
So like I said, so if you look at the table of uses, which is someplace on the
Somewhere
plate, it shows you how we limited all the uses and where they can go. And everything is by special permit. So I mean, that's how we're controlling the growth rate. Is where we allow them to go. And you cannot be within 1,000 feet. So if you finish reading the bylaw, it tells you on the next page that it can't be within 1,000 feet of another cannabis commission. So we did that very intentionally.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
What's our deadline for a ballot question? Do we pass it? Do we pass
35
it?
days before the election.
No, I think it's April 15th.
It is, April 15th, and I think we would have to sponsor it.
Yes.
We would have to sponsor the ballot question. I'm just
You
saying.
got 35 days.
Honestly, I think, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it anyway. I think there are probably as many dangers doing a ballot question, because it's a different sort of a, so, but that's politics, that's not.
You also
But I
have
would
to
like to see
understand
sort of like, what if, that sort of.
Yeah.
zoning bylaws are not written in stone. They're not. And if this applies, there are things in it that you don't care for. It can be adjusted at the next special or the next town meeting. None of it is written in stone. And this is our first, whatever, through this. Is it perfect? Probably not. But we have to start somewhere. And so this is where is it perfect? No. But we have to go forward with something to protect this town.
Actually, you don't.
Do we?
Well,
You don't.
Right now,
You don't, I mean, I know the town wants to do it, but what you just said would give people a year to get a license and go in someplace when, in an imperfect bylaw.
it may,
Potentially.
it still has to come before the special permanent granting authority, which is the planning board. And it would be vetted through the planning board.
Yes, but it would still happen.
It may, they has to also go through the cannabis control to make sure that they have, do you know, how much do you think it's gonna cost to bring one here? Probably in excess, with permitting, $1 million.
We have at least $1 million free cash.
Right.
Free cash.
Free cash. So if you have $1 million, then you could open one.
Somebody does.
I'm sure they do, which is why we are trying to put this in place.
I understand it, but you just said, the thought process is just a little bit different in terms of you're saying, let's get something on the books and we can change it later. And I think what I'm saying is, let's put it on the books later when we've worked out all the kinks.
I respectfully disagree with you, and that's enough said. You disagree?
I'm sure, I think, part of my concern is I think the world is gonna change, in the sense that I think delivery from other towns is a game changer. And we as a town may have absolutely no say or no ability, because the state is gonna force us to do that. And, you know, there's one thing I've learned, if you want less of something, get government involved. And for part of this, it's, again, I applaud you because this is imperfect, because this is an imperfect world and process. But I think we have to start tackling this sooner rather than later, because I don't have faith that the state is going to allow more local control. And I think waiting is only going to put us in a position that we're not going to be able to do like what we do for an alcohol violation. And that frightens me more. Granted, maybe there's only 20% that we can regulate. But by kicking the can down the road and not at least talking about this and taking this up now, and I think we can put ourselves in even a deeper hole.
I guess one of my questions to the board in general is a land use, what we're trying to establish here is we're trying to establish a business, which is what we do, to bring taxes to the town, to hire and employ people. They're going to be paying real estate taxes, and they're going to be paying another 3% excise tax, which is interesting that the advisory board voted to oppose an excise tax on something that they don't want to sell, which I don't understand at all. So that just doesn't make any sense.
They voted in favor.
They voted in favor of an excise tax, but not in favor of putting the ban, so we're going to collect the tax on something that we're going to
It was,
Yeah.
They do.
well, except
So
for.
like I said, so one of the issues here is that we're here to propose a business for the town. That's really what we're here for. And as Mr. Goodrich said, we are probably losing control the longer you wait on what it is, what you can impose on the establishments and where you can put them. I think that's true. As we watch the evolution of the Cannabis Commission, it's becoming, the state's getting more control. We're not going to be able to control it all the time.
So if I could ask a question to Mr. Goodrich's point, what exactly, can you elaborate what you don't like in the bylaw? Can you elaborate some of the things that you don't like in the bylaw, and then we could you know, take them under advisement.
I think that's fair.
I mean, do you have something you don't like?
That's Mr. Goodrich.
I,
Go ahead.
I mean, I see the end going across the board for social consumption.
It's not legal in the state,
Right. As of now, for other
as of
towns.
right now, so that's why it's a.
But it's in there for protection. There's no, okay.
Right.
I guess that was for clarification. And I went through this, I know what we don't like, but where in this presentation, where in Front Street would it be allowed?
Well,
It's
it
in one
can't be,
possible location.
well, it would be probably down by Lucky Fin, down that end of town. It has to be 500 feet away from the church and the religious establishment. That's
And
the
the
bylaw.
recovery center,
And
And the recovery center.
So,
so the tail end possible.
Yeah,
And it can't go in a building that has residential.
right, can't go in a
So
building.
Has to be freestanding.
more Front Street has housing above it than not these days.
it's pretty restricted.
So if somebody bought the law office next to the inn,
Hotel, yeah.
they could put a cannabis store there.
Then you have all that parking and stuff to worry about, that's when the special permit comes into play.
I was just gonna mention, Karen, that I think more, don't you have an issue, we both have an issue with the number, if you want the things in the bylaw. The first one we talked about so far is the number of different uses that can be put in the town. So that's one to check.
And I also think that your, oh, can I talk?
Sure, yes.
I also would like to see it go back to 500 feet from property line to property line, because I think you're,
We already taken it under advisement.
okay, I see those.
Are we gonna go through, keep going through step by step? Because I wanted you to explain where it can and can't go. I had a little bit of trouble understanding
So
that.
do you have your presentation, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you go to the possible locations which are in the map, in the maps.
So the where, for example, 4 areas in Greenbush, and then where, 2 areas in North
Yeah.
Situate, that goes.
What types are allowed
Yes.
in each location.
Thank you.
So the village section, so there's, we have all these sub-districts as we go to GWB. So in that goes to about 3A, the Rotary, it goes past the river, and then it extends left to like Druid Ford Place. That's the GWB, up to the river shed.
So are the allowable areas the ones in red?
In red, yes.
In red, thank you.
In that, we'll tell you that in that particular area with the site plan approval, you could put a retailer, an operator, currently a transporter, and accessory facility.
Could you put all 4 of them?
If you had the space, but I don't know that you would have the space
So you could.
and the money.
And you would also have to be 500 feet from the daycare center, don't you?
And you would have to have a host agreement for every single type of usage. So that also gets to restrict what comes in, what doesn't come in, they have to come to you for a host agreement. So you say, you know what, we don't want a testing facility, we're not gonna give a host
I
agreement.
thought you just said the host agreements were going away though.
They may, but right now, what we're looking at right now, they're here, so that's another way to control.
And there is revenue associated with the host agreements.
Yes.
All right. Just asking for.
Well, we can't discuss these other things. We're
No, no,
all-
I'm just-
No, I'm not talking, I'm talking,
Thank you.
like, we can't talk about money,
No.
really, and distraction, any of that sort of stuff, we shouldn't even discuss. We're just talking about
Ladies.
how strictly can we get this.
Ladies.
I think it's pictures too.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Need a hard
Just
copy?
this.
Need a hard copy?
Much better. We have more pictures. Does anybody need another?
No, I can get out of my screen, thank you.
I'll take it since I gave mine away. Well, is it in
Further
here?
back, Tony, further back.
I mean,
It's in the back
You wanna
of
go
the grant
further?
that you sent to us.
I know.
No, here. You're all set.
I'd rather have them know than me.
so where in the harbor, in that whole red area,
Wait a minute, you jumped ahead. You
Okay.
have
You want to
a
start with the first one, where, 4 areas in Greenbush?
possible locations, Greenbush.
I'll just,
right, gotcha.
the Village Center Neighborhood District, Sub-District, GWD.
So that's sort of from the Rotary going down.
It goes down to about Drew Place, down to Reynolds Package Store, and then
Yeah.
up to the back, I would say to the parking lot of Ricochet.
And what is the purple? Do you know?
Just the
Scenic Road.
The scenic road.
Oh, okay.
That's just color thing, like
Okay.
that came off the map.
Yeah, yeah.
Just again, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just so, again, for something, the Jacob Hatcher building, that has a daycare facility,
Yes.
that can be used. So these are not denoting any 500 feet,
No, these are just the areas.
just the areas.
Areas.
Just wanted to
Yeah.
be clear.
That would take me another year to figure that out. We have
Right, okay.
15, we have 15 to 16 registered daycare centers in the town. Most of them are residential areas. This one, we gauge people, you know, you would think, oh, 7 drip on your car. Less than 500 feet away from you is a licensed daycare center, so that's a no-no.
Right.
But there are a lot of places that it could go in Greenbush. Right, it could go where the new gas station's being built, it could go in the retail spot that's in front of the condominiums, right past that, after James Landing. It could go anywhere in the Drew property.
No,
Right,
it
and
can't be in a building that has housing.
No, well, is it all mixed use?
There's one, it's all mixed use.
There's not one that's just
There's one
retail?
There's
on
one
parcel.
freestanding building, but they propose that as a restaurant.
It's a
So it could go there.
In theory.
It could go back where the gym is, Bay State. Right? It could go, Tottenham sold his stuff back there, it could go back there.
You're talking, I'm looking at the maps.
Yeah, so there's just a lot of places in Greenbush that it could go.
But you have a lot of places that are under new construction, so I don't think the gas station's a realistic possibility.
Not now, but if all of a sudden this is printing money though, believe me, someone will flip a gas station to have a great retail spot to sell this.
But it has to be 500 feet away from the Jacob Hatch house.
And it isn't.
From the what?
For the Jacob Hatch, which has
And
a
that
licensed
building.
daycare center in
Oh.
it.
And the daycare center, the playground.
Yeah. So you have to be 500 feet, you have to
Yeah,
be
I don't know,
above that,
I don't know how far that is.
That's right on the corner.
No, I know where it is, I don't know how many feet that is.
So tell us what else that you don't like.
So I'll ask a question. It seems like it can go almost in any business district in town. Why weren't you more restrictive? Why didn't you say, you can go in Greenbush, but you can't go in Humrock, you can't go in Front Street, you can't go in North Situate? Why did you let it go someplace everywhere?
That's what we dispensaries.
Because we thought you have to allow some place in town for it to go, otherwise it's gonna be illusory zoning too. So we,
But
I
you didn't
mean-
restrict any place.
I don't think Humrock is here, is it?
Yeah,
It is. Oh, it is.
Humrock is,
Yes, it is, yeah.
the likelihood of it going to Humrock is.
I'm not talking about likelihood, I'm talking about, we don't know where it could go in 10 years. We don't know what the landscape of all these areas are gonna be. But when you guys were zoning it, you didn't restrict it from one business district. Why not?
Because it's a business.
But the town has a ban and a moratorium on it, and you're allowing it to go everywhere.
But I would argue that if they did that, then they would be favoring one,
I agree.
one
I agree.
one
I
district
think
over
that would be
another
unfair.
than.
Well,
You
you
get
have
more
to look,
pushback.
well, you have to look at the areas that, in the place where you want it. Like, for instance, if it was behind Bay State, I may not have a problem with that. If it's on Front Street, I got a big problem with that.
But it won't go on Front Street. It's just-
It can.
And
It can, the
Down by
lucky
the
thing gets
pier.
sold and all of a sudden there's, Karen's pot shop there.
Wow.
This Karen,
Which
not
one
you.
of us?
Okay, figure yourself out.
But, you can't look at it now and say it can't go there. It
But it's
can.
zoning, but we're looking, and we said before, zoning changes all the time.
No, but my question is, why didn't you restrict it somewhere? Why
Because
didn't
it's-
you say,
Because it's
hey,
a
we don't
business.
want this?
Because it's a business, and we thought that it would be too restricted to always say it could go one place.
I didn't say one place, you didn't restrict it anywhere, it can go
No,
everywhere.
that's why we didn't restrict it. That's why.
And that's where I think there's the disconnect. I think that the town has had a moratorium and a ban on it, and clearly you can see from the meetings that people aren't really completely in favor of it, right? This isn't a slam dunk, and this doesn't seem like restrictive zoning. And that was my question, you know. Again, it's legal in the state, right? We're not debating that. It probably could go there, and if you carved a couple of places for it to go, then maybe you get buy-in from people to say, okay, I get it, there and there, but I don't want it here. Nobody wants it on Front Street. But
And
you
that's a free enterprise issue. We're not gonna get involved in free enterprise where you want to.
It's not free enterprise, it's you zoning what the people
But
want.
that is a business area, is what we're telling you, so yes, I can't, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that, because that's, what that is it's a business district, and it is a business.
So your thought is, I'm gonna open up this business to everyone in town, regardless of the area or where you guys think it should go best.
Oh, I think that if you look at our use, it will show you very clearly where we let it. And
Where can microbreweries go?
They go down into, what is that, the GWB, what is that?
So they can't go in every district? They can't. We all know the answer. Why can't they?
I don't think
It's
they
a
can.
business.
Because of the type of business it is, right?
No, I don't think they can.
Well, you just made my point, Patricia.
It's also a manufacturing place. All right, Mr.
Well,
Bishop.
that was my question, if there's other examples of other businesses that are restricted to just one.
Microbrewery can go in the commercial district, so it can go in a business district, it can go in GBC, it can go in several in Greenbush, and North Situate. North Situate can go.
Can it go in Hummerock? Can it go on Front Street?
It could go, yes, it could,
It could?
because it's a business district. So you could have a microbrewery.
So
in
there's no
Hummerock.
business in town that's restricted to any area. Every business in town can go in every area in the town.
Well, you have to look at the table of uses. A microbrewery specifically says it can go in business
But
district.
you know, you know this stuff. I'm
And I
asking
think
you.
she's trying to answer you.
Well, I'm asking you, is there any business that is not available in every district? Because that's what's throwing me off on the plan.
Well, it would be for like cultivation and, if I have that,
You're talking in general, Tony, like a business in town that could move someplace else?
Yeah, I mean, does
Scituate
every
concrete pipe.
business have to be able to be put in every place in town?
No, Scituate concrete pipes industrial, right, so that would only be allowed, well, that wouldn't be allowed on Front Street. Because it's an industrial use as opposed to a general business use, so something like that, yeah.
Manufacturing. We do manufacturing of
I
firearms.
think we call it industrial, I think our bylaw because it was industrial, but something that was doing something along, you know, yeah,
I don't think we allow.
manufacturing of firearms.
we allow, I think we allow manufactured firearms, I don't think we allow that.
No guns.
No guns.
No guns. You can have, although you weren't a gun.
Although, if you look at our table of uses, if you look at the craft cooperative, say, the only place it's allowed is in DBP by special permit. And we did that on purpose, that's how we limited where it's gonna go, that is our zoning.
That's the growing cooperative. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a craft marijuana cooperative. So we don't allow any social consumption, a micro business can only go in the DBP. So there are places where we cannot go, we can't go everywhere,
For one of the uses.
we want to be uses. So manufacturing can only go in the almost everything can only go in the DBP section of town.
So why didn't you make it so that all of them can only go into DBP?
Because a retailer is kind of teeny tiny, small, retailers go all over town, there's stores everywhere. I treat this business no different than I treat a 7-Eleven. I think that's the disconnect, is that I don't see this as something, a bad thing coming to town. I look at it as a Dunkin' Donuts, a 7-Eleven is a business, it's gonna make money. And alcohol, yeah, we have liquor stores everywhere. So it's the same type of thing. I mean, when you allow a liquor store, which is what somebody said to us, you should have to right next to liquor stores. As many liquor stores as you have, you should be able to have retailers. We're like, we've got to keep that a little more controlled. So, so that's why we didn't
Yeah,
I think it's a-
that's the
it's a
disconnect, 'cause I don't
differentiation.
think
Yeah.
of it as a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, so it is a business, and I think that's the disconnect that we have, is that's a schedule thing that we have, and we're never gonna come to in there, ever. But there are people who want us to come to town, and we have the right to be able to do that, and when people say, well, we're voting it down twice, well, that's called democracy, and you can bring anything you want to the floor of town meeting and let the people have a say.
But that's not your job.
No, but we
Your
do
job
right.
is to get zoning bylaws
Yeah.
that fit what the town wants.
Mhm.
And if they vote it down, they vote
They
it
vote it
down.
down.
Right, but we want to give them what they want. We don't want to give them something that they don't want. We want to give them the perfect bylaw.
There
So
is
that-
no perfect.
Ms.
Oh.
Canfield?
Mr. Goodrich?
Nope.
No? Okay. The only comment I would make on this is that they've done exactly what we hoped they would do, would say, should the, and we'll get to the logistics of the vote, but should the town decide we don't want to ban anymore, we want this in our town, okay? We are then the town has approved this business, and how are we gonna, where are we gonna put it? They're not saying, okay, we want to lift it, but we want to restrict it. They're saying, yeah, we want it. And then it's, I think, appropriate to treat it like any other business and to define it with consultation with the Cannabis Control Commission and what their parameters are. So you can't say, I want it kinda. We're going to ask people, if it comes to the floor, it's going to be, do you want to lift the moratorium, period? And their job was to come up with, okay, new business in town, how does it work? And I think it's appropriate, and if you don't think it should be in town, then, then the zoning shouldn't be there anyway. So.
Well, I think there's appropriate places for it in town and inappropriate places for it in town.
Right.
And
but I think
that's the difference.
Right, and so then that is sort of the esoteric question of, are some businesses, we don't limit where the liquor stores can go. We don't limit where, I don't know, I can't even think of another.
Restaurants, go anywhere you want, I mean.
We don't limit 7-Elevens.
No.
If somebody wants to open a 7-Eleven
Dunkin'
next to a 7-Eleven, that's a bad business model, but they could do that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so I think that, yeah,
It's the marijuana wording, I look at it as a business, I don't look at it as different from a liquor store or a 7-Eleven or a Cumberland Farms. And I do think, and I absolutely understand your concern about that, which is everybody in this room's concerned about that we don't want this here. The only thing I can say to you about that is that selling to people under 21 is illegal, and to get into a dispensary is very, very difficult. Locked doors, you can't open 2 doors at the same time, you have to stay in one room till they tell you to go to the next room. You have to have your form of ID at all times, they check it 3 times when you're in there. It's very controlled. And I literally went from there to a liquor store where I saw 2 children running around with wine. That would never happen in a dispensary. It's not even out, you can't even look at it.
You have to be 21 to go into it.
You have to be 21 to even get in there. So if you brought your kid, you'd have to stay in the car. So that's how that works. They do not allow anybody under 21, and they're very strict. And you have to take our word for that unless you want to go and look.
I've been to them.
Yeah, so.
You have?
It's really long. He's doing his homework, absolutely.
Just for the purpose of doing his due diligence.
Yes,
That's right.
Investigating.
they're all over the place. You don't need one in Scituate. If you want it, just go to Hanover, or go to Marshfield, or as Andrew said, they'll deliver it like Uber Eats in about 6 months.
It's gonna be a CVS.
Karen?
no, that is my comment.
No, not yet.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know what the next
I
topic
was
is.
thinking,
Well, are we going through this line by line by line? Is that what you want to do?
Are we done? Is that,
Well, I'm just
No.
asking, do you, so
so
Actually,
actually,
sort of
we stopped,
off topic a few
so
times.
we stopped on
in
page
terms of-
where Mrs. Carter was talking about 440.3, we're still there. We put in the applicability, can't say that word. We put in on number 4, we put in the same language, with playgrounds, libraries, ball fields, addiction treatment centers. We got all that, that matches.
But it
Medical
doesn't,
marijuana.
so you need to go back and look at it.
And then on the next page, D, you talk about how you can restrict, they have to be connected within 1,000 feet of another marijuana cultivator. So that you can't have multiple grow houses is what that means.
But that only applies to the cultivators.
Yes.
Okay.
So what happened was people like, well, you're gonna restrict it, so if I have 20,000, 2,000 square foot, could I put 5? No, they have to be 1,000 feet apart from each other. And that's the buffer zone. So then we put in all the special permit requests, and what kinds there were, I think there's 13 of them. And then the next page has to do with the special granting authority and how what you need to cover in your licensing requirements. And that's very stringent. And then on the last page, we talk about the special permit. You have to, has to be shovel ready within a year. And if we close it down for some reason, you know, they decide they abuse or something, everything has to be gone within 3 months. So one of the big issues about the Cannabis Commission is that they're very strict on things that smell, odors, signage. Now, I know in Wayman or someplace there's a giant cannabis sign. That's not allowed, so the people, those townspeople should go to their board and
There's
say.
one on the Southeast Expressway.
Is there?
A huge billboard.
You know, I never get across the Fall River Bridge
Just
anymore,
saw
I
it
don't know.
yesterday.
So, yes, I get that one, so, and that's not allowed, so that would be up to the townspeople to go to the state or whoever controls that piece of property and say, we're not supposed to have this out there. So we're pretty tough on signs in the town of Scituate.
So if someone had an issue with an establishment, whatever it was, they would come to the planning board to say, we think this is wrong, whatever it is.
They would file a complaint.
On number 4, it says that you could actually
What
grant a
page
permit, D4, I'm sorry. It could go under 500 feet, it could actually go to 400 feet.
Yes, if the applicant makes a showing satisfactory to the special permit granting authority that is unreasonably impractical to gain site control. So they're gonna have to present some pretty real good evidence that they can't meet the 500-foot requirement.
Do you have an example that that might be? Just,
No, I really don't. I mean, planning board is pretty tough on criteria, so I mean, just because they say they couldn't get a piece doesn't necessarily mean that the planning board is gonna say, okay, but, you know, that they at least could consider it.
So you could, if someone was 400 feet away,
But it has to be a huge hardship. You have to present a
well,
hardship
it's
to us.
subjective, right? You guys can say yes or no.
Right, but they have to show,
Show.
that it was
What would the hardship
unreasonably
be?
impractical to gain control.
It's the only place in town that I can put my business. It is 400 feet away from where the line is 400 feet instead of 500 feet. And it's the only, I've looked at every piece of property in town, and this is the only place I can put my particular business. And that, and you don't want to get sued to say that it's a hardship, so you'd have to look very hard. I couldn't find one place in town, to tell you the truth. I couldn't find one place where that would happen, right now in the town of Scituate.
moving on?
Well,
Well, just may I have one question on that? To Tony's point on that, is this a specific, because of cannabis law, that would be in there, or is there any other business that,
No, this is from the Cannabis Commission.
okay, because I was going to say, so let's say a 7-Eleven wants to go, and the only property you can get is just outside of a district. And we're built out everywhere, and they
That
want
would be
to,
zone board of appeals.
that would go to zoning, because it's a change of actual zoning. Okay,
So
sorry.
Patricia, you said this is actually has to be in there? There has to be a hard stop?
No.
Well, that's what you said.
So I don't,
It protects you is what it does. So a lot of what this stuff does, when we talk to lawyers, is that it protects us from unrestricted lawsuits against us. That's really what we try to protect the town from.
No, you just said this is part of the cannabis law and it has to
You
be
said
in
it's
there.
part of the-
Hardship has to be
I
in
don't
there.
think it's part of
Excuse me.
I think we put it in there because we wanted to be, it's,
Oh, this was a request from the planning board, because I'm a member of the planning board.
And it does help you in terms of lawsuits.
Lawsuits.
I don't know, what do you guys think of that? All right.
I think you could work the opposite way. Well, it says right here, you can have it from different.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a piece of property that's 400 feet away, it's a hardship, because you're not 500 feet away.
Yeah, but it's a hardship in the people who are trying to develop mine. It might not be a hardship in terms of the planning board. They may say that's not a hardship.
Well, again, what would be considered a hardship?
I'm 400 feet away, not 500 feet away.
An impassable, that's what I was
And I
saying.
can't buy-
Impassable barrier.
I
I
can't,
have to cross wetlands to get there. I don't, I'm just trying to believe it.
it just seems to diminish all the 500 numbers we have everywhere else in the document.
Take that under advisement.
Yeah.
Next.
The next page we talked about the cultivators being too close to each other.
So a retail establishment can be 4,000 feet?
4,000 square feet,
4,000 square feet.
which is how big of a building?
It's not very big, considering you have two safes inside the building,
no.
so it's not a lot of retail space. And that's as big as you can get, is 4,000 square feet, that's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, that's as big as you would, it's the biggest piece of property that we could buy.
I know, did you ever think of a smaller one? Did you ever think the maximum could be 2,000 feet?
Well, the problem is you have to put two safes inside your dispensary.
One of the comments we received thought it was too small.
Too small.
Yeah.
Trying to think of one store in town that's more than.
No. So you have to put a safe, so every night you have to put your marijuana in a safe, and you have to put your money in a safe, and those are two separate safes. So you figure how big those are, and they're pretty big, like $80,000 or something each, they told us. So,
You can Village Market,
no, I don't know,
5,000 square feet.
5,000 square
It's
feet.
5,000 square feet.
I don't know.
It is actually.
So it can
And
be,
again, this is the outer limits, and this is the maximum. Again, the money to put one of these places here is,
can't bring up money again, people have money.
I know, but we're talking about how big these places are. How, what it's taking me to effect by Karen and I by looking at this is how big do we think the property can be? There's not a lot of space, really is not a lot of.
Well, the issue I have is when you say village market, what if they decided they're getting out of the grocery business?
I think they're too close to the Catholic
They're too
Church.
close to the
How
church.
about the mill wharf?
Well, I'd be underwater, but they probably, no, I don't, that's really,
That's a Perry,
Perry
that's a
Public.
Perry Recovery Center.
Like that big 500 square feet.
By now.
No. It's 500 square feet. 500 feet is a long range. Well, further than you think, Karen, sure.
Quarter of a mile?
Well, I can tell you, it's from the, if you go from the playground into
One tenth of a
Scituate,
mile.
you go down to the, almost to the MBTA station, right?
It's 1/10 of a mile. It's 156.
5,280 feet, right? Yeah. Go back to fifth grade now.
I can't do that, no. Never get it out for that.
So, all right, you'll look at, consider that, I guess.
Are we ready to move on to the next section, whatever, next page? I just want to make sure no one feels as though they haven't, that we skipped over anything that's important to them.
Right. So we've done 4 iterations of this bylaw.
Oh,
Four iterations of it. The mine is all color coded, so.
Well, anytime you do any work like this,
Yeah.
there's always a starting point.
Yeah. So after every meeting, we're taking into account everything and trying to address it. So like I said, line is color coded, so we've gone from black to red to blue to green.
So, I have circled somewhere on mine, at least. Says zoning bylaw amendment, Article 21, adult use marijuana establishments. Select board will not vote on the language to appear in the warrant until March 15th, after the planning board has reported to them. So,
And we don't vote till Thursday.
all right, so, ladies and gentlemen, here, I think we will be voting on March 15th about this, the adult use. I think if we wanted to vote on the medical, we could, but it looks to me as though we've given you input, and you, depending on what the planning board proposes as their final language, we will vote on March 15th, just on that one article. We have a whole host of other articles we need to vote on tonight. So if the board is satisfied that there's been enough time to ask questions and to give our feedback, do I understand that to be the case? Does
I mean,
anyone object?
is it clear to the board why it's laid out the way it's laid out?
The article itself, you mean the zoning bylaw itself?
So we have zoning, and then we have lifting the ban, there's a reason as to why it's laid out that way, so does everybody understand that?
No.
No, okay.
I'm just saying no, I don't think I do.
So
I
you want to
think
have,
we need,
so we have to have the zoning in place before you lift the ban.
well, that's what you're saying. I'm not sure that that is what,
That's what the Attorney General told us.
That's what town council is defining. That's what town council is
Can we see that in
defining.
writing?
Yeah.
all right, no comments from the floor without being recognized. Sorry, Ms. Tansy.
Sorry.
But they have told us, like I said, in many iterations, this will have a long discussion with Mr. Schumi on how he's going to control this conversation on town floor. But it is the opinion of those of us that looked at this long enough, that you either voted up or down, yes or no. That's,
Well, again, I think that if the moderator is going to have a lot of impact on that,
yeah.
and I think it will be up to the moderator to be able to explain it to people. And I believe he's planning on doing probably a Zoom meeting for the moderator's meeting, which means that people have questions about process. Why is one thing going before the other? I don't know. Does the moderator have the opportunity prior to the meeting to rearrange the articles in terms of how?
Not as how they appear in the warrant,
All right,
but town meeting could take a vote to take things out of order in the warrant,
all right,
and that would be something he would have to consider.
all right. So,
One quick question, one question. One actually consideration, if you can take it under advisement, if you consider maybe removing it from a few of these districts. I'd love to have it not on Front Street, I'd love to have it not in Pomeroy. I'd love to have it.
Where would you like to have it, Mr.
Not
Why
in Scituate.
don't you tell us where you
I
want
like
it?
it in Hingham, I like it.
Yeah,
No, but I think there are places, I think some of the Greenbush areas are a reasonable spot for it. I think, that's it.
and like I said, one thing interesting is that people forget is most of the town is residential. And we don't allow them in residential areas, so that's, so when people, worry about a food truck showing up like Cushing's food or something.
So my question to what we were talking about in the order, does this mean if the ban passes, so the ban continues, that at every single town meeting moving forward, we have to have this zoning article
If you don't
there in case somebody puts another citizen petition article to have it on again?
One of the things that was recommended by the ever illustrious Steve Jordan, who seems to know how to play town meeting, the best of them, that if the bylaw were to pass and the ban would stay, they vote to keep the ban, then you wait for an article or two to go by, you reconsider the zoning bylaw and vote it down.
but you have to vote it down by 2/3 vote, right?
That's right.
So everyone would have to stay.
Yes.
Right, but the point moving forward is, we don't have a bylaw, and we have a ban. And at every single town meeting moving forward, there could be a petition
That's
to
right.
do it again.
That's
So we're
right.
gonna have to go through the same rigmarole. I mean, the whole thought behind this is, let's get zoning bylaws in place so we don't ever have to go through this again.
Well, the planning board can bring an article back every year, but a citizen petition, if it's not substantially different, you have to wait 2 years
It's like 2 years.
If it's voted down.
if it's voted down.
So-
So it can't, I mean, if it's not substantially different, it can't come back every year.
Well, and you essentially have already done a lot of the work, so that should another citizen's petition come up, you're far where,
You'll
beyond
put the drawer
where
and
you
pull it back
started.
up, yeah.
So this
Yeah.
goes into
That's
the,
my question. So this bylaw, if the band stays, it's gotta stay there, ready to come before us again, because the citizen's petition is not going on this year. You guys are putting the article
Correct.
till the
Yes,
next.
correct.
Right, but next year will be 2 years.
right.
Right, so they,
But it has to be substantially different than we want you to look them again. It has to be a little much than that. So, but if this doesn't pass, it goes into a drawer, comes back again.
So if the board is done, I know there have been some hands raised in the audience.
Are we
Questions?
gonna go over the rest of the articles, or are we done with the zoning? I'm just curious.
Well, the excise tax is part of it, right? Does anyone have questions about whether or not we should impose an excise tax? Should this happen?
Well, the excise tax is controlled by the state.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, but I mean, but we have to agree to adopt it, right?
Yeah.
So that's what that is. And what's the other one you guys have?
The general bylaw.
The general bylaw.
Oh,
And
the
taking out
10-day.
the temporary
Yeah,
mor-
Yeah,
the
just-
temporary take-
the next
so
article on the
temporary
list is
moratorium
22.
And moving the definitions to section 300.
So everyone understands, the moratorium is expired anyway, is that right?
It's a temporary
The
moratorium.
temporary, so we just have to get rid of it no matter what.
Right, I mean, it can come up.
Yeah.
And there's still a ban in the zoning bylaw
That's
and a
correct.
ban in
That's correct.
the general
That's
bylaws.
correct. That's correct.
Any questions on those?
for 22, so you're saying that this ban in the zoning bylaws is irrelevant right now?
It has
Section
expired.
491
Yeah, it's already expired.
It's
is
expired.
expired.
So it was for how long?
It was from November of it was from 17 to 2018. So it's expired.
Okay.
So you should have had this in 2019.
And actually, we were tasked to do this, but COVID and a few other things interfered.
So that's 22, 23.
Is the ban.
So that's going to the general bylaw and removing the, okay.
So the prohibition's both in general and the zoning?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
One is a two-thirds
So
vote,
the-
and one is a 50 majority vote.
Thank you.
And that all includes the same language, but we're not voting until after planning board. And we will vote on March 15th, which is our
I think
next.
we're coming before you anyway. I'll be there. Is it a virtual or a real meeting?
Which one?
The 15th.
A real, it's an
It's real, it's
in-person.
in person. The 16th, which is the joint meeting between the advisory board and the select board, is to be determined. It could be hybrid, thank you very much, planning board.
Hey, it works.
I tell you, it works really
It
well.
works really well.
All right, well, we'll see. The advisory board has been meeting via Zoom, and that seems to be their preference, and I haven't had a chance to ask this board what their preference is.
The hybrid works really well, once you get into two spaces, it works really well.
It does.
And you get more people, and you get a lot more input.
I found something. Anne Marie Galvin, 81st Parish Road. I wanted to thank everyone. What awesome questions from the select board and answers. I feel like it was a very enlightening and productive meeting. So thanks to everyone for their attention. And I just wanted to point out, I know a lot of discussion has been primarily on the business types and locations, and I tend to agree that it's too broad and should be more restrictive wherever we can. And that with that list of 13 business types that are now included in the zoning, every time I see the zoning, business types have been added instead of in the other direction. And Among those 13 business types, only 2 of the businesses, so retail stores, which I think is what most people in the community are thinking about and probably more favorable of. Retail stores get the town a 3% excise tax, and only one of the delivery business types. Within the licensed business type delivery, there are 3 actual business definitions, sub-licenses, if you will, that come from the commission, and only one of them gets the town of Scituate a 3% excise tax. So the big upside to this business type, in my opinion, is revenue. We haven't heard a big business case for anything or what the number might be, but I just want voters to be aware and the select board to be aware that it's only 2 of the 13 business types. Everything else is wholesale, manufacturing, and most likely just replaces a business that we're already getting property tax from, right? So Scituate Concrete Pipe, almost all those businesses are zoned for just that area. So that is the business plan that would come if it came, a multi-use operations, different licenses of Scituate Concrete Pipe. It's the only place that's zoned for 10+ businesses, and only retail or delivery there would get the 3%. So it's not that every one of these potential businesses are a great revenue generator for our community. So I just want to make sure that that was part of the consideration as the planning board takes it on as it considers that. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? No? And I bet you none of you are going to stay for the rest of the warrant, which we have to vote tonight. You're going home. All right, well, I think unless the board has any other questions, I think we've exhausted the topic for the night. Thank you. Thank you for coming very much. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. And the hearings and, you know. Don't you fall now. Thank
I don't think the alarm is on.
You can do that. I can get you.
This one is taking off the temporary one.
Yes.
What is this one?
That is limiting the prohibition of marijuana businesses in town. So we don't do this as a temporary moratorium. And the time for the temporary moratorium.
But what is this?
That is the zoning bylaw. We have 2 bylaws we have to lift into if we want to do business. The one is the zoning bylaw, which prohibits marijuana establishments. Then there is a general bylaw that
So when she
prohibits.
said this temporary moratorium expires, it's
Yes.
useless. It did, but this took its place.
Oh, right button?
Yes. Well,
This is the one that's off the
No, no,
This one's the one
Not
that's.
everybody's left.
that we already have that
Well,
bylaw.
we have this one.
We have 2 of those. We have 2 bylaws that prohibit marijuana in town. One is part of the zoning bylaws, and the other is part of the general bylaws.
Okay, so it's that,
That's useless.
there's still a zoning bylaw that prohibits it.
Yes.
Even though that temporary isn't
It's,
there. And then, okay,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's not what she said.
Well, you didn't ask that question.
I guess we're in temporary recess here.
Seth, you having fun over there?
Very much so, thank you.
No seawall people.
No.
I'm sorry, did we want to take a break?
Well, more than one, take a break. I'm sorry.
Just stay on the table.
I'm sorry. This is me, my inexperience. I guess I should have called a recess.
Okay, we're just going to have the board recess at
Sorry.
8:52.
Well.
It is.
It's me.
smooth.
When I worked in commercial real estate, we were touring a really large facility. We were trying to.
So did you pause the?
I can't pause it. I mean, I can end it.
That's fine.
I have the mic covered.
So I'm a smooth bear.
One spot on my shoulder blade.
It's 3/4 of the suite.
True, but I have my MIT
My
brain,
unit of measure.
unit, yeah, the units place.
Carpenter.
And I
Of course, I got an itchy spot.
NASA bridge, and then the sun, Bryce gets it, and they calibrated on the sun.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, is that cool?
All right.
We lost the right to be right back.
Yes, I just realized that, so I'm.
Who we lose?
All right.
Oh, I remember what we're talking about. Sure snacks?
Sorry, no snacks. I have, good things in my office, but nothing here.
I have cough drops, no cough drops.
No thanks, that's worse than no food.
Budget and,
Well, we'll do the warrant. So what we'll do is, as part of the discussion, we'll do the capital. Oh, no, that's what the questions we have on it.
I thought my comments were clear as mud.
You know, the whole problem is, that type of conversation could go around and around and around and around and around.
This time, maybe 11.
April 11th, please. And we still have to fix one thing on the special meeting of those. But I mean, I know we're not supposed to have it.
Hi. Thanks. So the planning board, they're voting this Thursday. Our joint meeting with advisory is next week, not this Thursday?
The joint meeting with the advisory board is going to be hopefully on March 16th. And I need to ask this board, the advisory committee usually does, should I wait until we're on camera before?
You're good, you're good.
Okay. All right. Now, so the technical question is, we are required by charter to have a joint meeting of the advisory board and the select board prior to town meeting. And there's a prescribed date or timing. And the advisory committee the other night agreed that they would be willing to do the joint meeting on March 16th, pending the approval of this board. They have been doing their meetings via Zoom, which they like, and it's up to this board to decide whether or not you want to do a Zoom meeting, or whether you want to do a hybrid meeting, or if you want to say to the advisory board, we really want you all, we all want to be in person. So it's kind of like three options.
So it's Wednesday night?
It is March 16th, I don't know,
It's a Wednesday night.
because we're meeting the 15th.
Yes. So does this board, I mean, Nancy, that kind of fits in with the calendar, right?
It fits in on the calendar, but if there is a disagreement between the two boards about the budget, then you have a time to suss it out between you.
Right. Because when does the book have to go to the printer? I know, I hate to
At this
ask
point,
that.
I think I'm just gonna get a chisel and put it in stone. In a perfect world, 25 days in advance of town meeting, 10 days for the printer, and then 15 days for its meeting. But that's not gonna work with your current schedule, so we'll figure it out as we go.
Does having the booklet online count, or does it have to be a physical document?
We put some at the counters as well.
My point is, when you have to take 10 days at a printer because it's so big and it's got so many colors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that takes more time than a printer. And I'm sure we don't want to pay overtime for a printer. So my question is, if you have the book ready, but it's not printed, does putting it on the town website online count as delivering it to the citizens?
That's how we treated it in the past. We posted it within the deadline, and we made copies available in your office as well as at the town clerk's.
And the copies that you made available are printed in-house, they're not bound the way we would.
They're not nice copies, but
Right.
everything's
But the
there, it should be there.
information, all right. So, and I'm not trying to, believe me, I'm not trying to push this out. I'm just trying to figure out what should we do? And
It's an unusual town meeting, there's at least 3 major things on this one town meeting, so it is what it is, we'll deal with it. I think that the count, which I'll review with the advisory committee on Thursday, is likely to be more along the lines of 1,000 books,
right,
especially if we're talking multiple days. The possibility of multiple days.
right. So the question I have for this board tonight is, does anyone not like the March 16th date?
I'm good.
You're all right, or you're not all right?
I have the French trip meeting that night, so unless I get my wife to cover it, I'll be running back and forth.
Oh, you mean not?
Student mandatory parent trip for the French meeting for the French trip. Which I just found out about.
So your children behave while they're in France, right?
No, the question's more, if you go over there and you get a COVID test positive,
Right,
how the hell you get
right.
back? Who's staying with you?
Yeah, it's hard to
Aside from that, I'm pretty fine where they're going.
Does it have to be, is the 17th too late?
St. Patty's Day?
I just didn't think people would want to meet on St. Patrick's Day.
I'm half Irish, I don't care.
I know,
Declaration Day.
but
Well,
it's also a public hearing, so
So make sure it works.
That's a good time to have it.
Well, St. Patrick's Day is only a holiday in the city of Boston. right?
it's only a holiday, but to those persons who may do something with their family on St. Patrick's Day.
I have no family, so I'm.
I'm saving off on parade.
The cats and I don't absorb that much, they don't like corned beef, so.
So the thing we're gaining by potentially picking the 17th is that Jim won't have to be running in and out.
And I don't know if the advisory committee.
The question is,
My dinner.
well, that too, but I guess the question is too, if we do it via Zoom, then people don't have to worry about, being in a physical location.
May I propose the following solution?
Yes,
After we get by the budget, in this evening's discussion, then take it up. My only concern with it being close to when we're going to go to print is if the select board and the advisory committee disagree on any budget changes. So I don't know what the select board is considering for the budget, and without knowing that, I don't know how receptive it would be received at the advisory committee. The only reason they delayed their vote was to see what the select board was doing.
well, so if I could ask, I would like us to just wrap this up tonight.
I'm all for that.
Does anyone disagree? No, I mean,
No, but Jim may not be, if we say we want this, this, and this, he may not be prepared to do it.
I think you can wrap it all up tonight.
Well, let's go and find
let's
out.
just do it.
Let's figure.
But if I could ask, does the board want a hybrid meeting or do you want an all-Zoom meeting?
Hybrid,
Hybrid.
or all in one
I
place.
don't want to be on Zoom. I'm
All
on
right.
Zoom all day long.
All right, so you want to be here and you're fine with the advisory committee being on Zoom? You're fine with the advisory being on Zoom and us being here? Okay. All right.
I'm agnostic to any and all, so whatever's.
All right,
No matter be where they are, I just don't want to be on Zoom.
well, Maura doesn't want to be on Zoom, so does anyone have any strong feelings one way or
Well,
the
you
other?
guys want to be on Zoom, I'll be on Zoom.
I don't care one way or the other.
I don't care.
All right,
All right.
then we
Stuart's easy then.
we will be in person, advisory will be on Zoom.
Or they can,
It will be, well, they can certainly come, but if some of them want to participate via Zoom, that's what they'll do.
Or on schedules tonight, so they're meeting.
Could I just get agreement on this?
Oh,
first?
sorry, go ahead, yeah, I think we
Please. So do we want Jim here on the 17th, or do we want him potentially in and out? Because you can Zoom, right?
Yeah, I'd rather be in the office, but I can just run back and get here as soon as I can. I'm
who's
sure
that?
you guys can find something to chat about when I get back.
Seth,
Me for the 16th.
can you
Yeah.
put people on that?
It's feasible, but there's no microphone here. You'd have to.
We're going to be meeting in the select board here in the already booked it
Okay.
for the 16th. I don't know if it's
And
available
and
for the
where's-
17th.
the hybrid meeting seems to work well in the select board room, whereas it's kind of, we have different technologies at this point that don't always.
Correct, we can only do hybrid right now in town hall and here.
All right,
Correct.
then that's where we'll be in town hall.
I just have to see if there's another date available.
other
No, we
than
can
the
do the
16th?
16th, because Jim's gonna come late or
We'll
something.
figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, what time you start?
You can be like the great on us.
So what time do you want us to start?
Start at 7 to 7:30, and I should be able to be there really quickly.
Start at 7.
Yeah, all right, 7 o'clock it is.
Then she'll wear a tap dance and shoes if I'm late, she can just kind
Yeah.
of entertain everybody, play it back.
So,
I can just stand it.
7
It's not
o'clock.
that I need to make sure she's coming back, I just want to know if she's coming back or not, so I can plan.
Such a good dad.
March 16th, 7 o'clock, hybrid meeting in the select board room at Town Hall. So next we have the warrant. And we are approving the language on the warrant tonight. At the same time, are we voting what our position is on those articles? I assume we are. So,
Didn't we also already approve the language on some?
Yes,
all right,
the language, but you didn't,
Right, we voted on the language, we have not voted on our position.
so why don't I
Okay,
just
so we'll
do,
start at the top.
let's start, yeah.
You want to leave it open?
No, close it.
Maybe we can, Karen, maybe we can go to lunch or
Madam Chair, do you want to start with the special?
Yes, please.
So there was one change, if the board is amenable to it. 2 unpaid bills arrived this morning, because unpaid bills are kind of like, I don't know, relatives when there's gonna be dessert, they just keep coming. So if the board is amenable to Article 1 of the special being increased by $173.89, I'd like to make that change. Otherwise, we'll have to roll those bills over to the next
The
meeting.
special, someone, yes, a special town meeting, second by Mr. Vignani, all in favor? Aye.
If you'd like, I'll make a motion to accept all 5 articles of the special town meeting as written with a, well, no, I guess we need to vote. Can we all unanimously agree on the first 5 of special?
I do, yes.
So I might make a motion to accept the first 5 articles of the special town meeting as written.
Second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries.
Question, point of order?
Yep.
Are we also voting for those 5 in favor?
Yeah, that's what that was.
I think that's what we're
That's what
voting
we
now.
know.
We're gonna vote both the language and
And
then
then,
we're approving it, instead of having to do it twice.
Okay, great, okay, just check.
okay, so you're voting,
Articles 1 through 5 of the special town meeting, we adopted, we approved the language and we voted in favor of all of the articles.
And do you want to assign them as we go through?
No.
Normally the special would be the chair would do all the special.
Yeah, just, let's just do this first and then I'll get my head around to signing these. All right, so now we're on to the town meeting, annual town meeting.
I'll make a motion to accept articles 1 and 2 in favor of the way they're written and voting in favor of them. Is there a second?
Second by Ms. Canfield, all in favor? Aye, Articles 1 and 2, approved as written and adopted or approved, accepted by the select board. So I think we're gonna probably skip 3 and 4 for the time being, and then we'll come back, because I know there's a discussion there. The other issue we had was, well, let's do the articles, and then we'll figure out what goes on the consent agenda, is that all right? So we are now Article 5.
We voted the language on 5 through 16 already at the last meeting.
Yeah, that's
The language, but did we vote in favor or against? All right, so Articles 5.
I'll make a motion to vote in favor of articles 5 through 11. And I just want to look at the CPC thing real quick.
Yeah. Second. Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor? Aye. So Articles 5 through 11 were approved as to language, and now we approve them as a board. Yes. Article 12. Questions?
I guess the only one that's, and not that, I mean, just to have discussion on the, I'm in favor of all of them, but the Lincoln
Yeah.
property is unexpected, I'll say.
And Dan did say they put language in there to make sure they don't come back again, right?
Yes. Well, but they will get a purchase and sale agreement signed before town meeting.
Town meeting, so they
So
can't
that
go
we
back.
don't get, and that, as we all know, that was the most unfortunate situation with family and then the sale of Border Street and the market in general heated up, so, and the amount of money that we're paying is still below the appraised value. So we were getting a really, really good deal at one point, now we're getting a good deal, in my opinion, so. Any questions, comments?
Would you like a motion? Make a motion?
Yes, please.
Move to approve the community preservation Article 12 as written and also in favor of it.
Second.
Second by Mr. Beniadi, all in favor? Aye. 5-0, motion carries. The next one is the reconciliations. Those are basically normal. Yep, that's taking money back.
Yes.
Vote in favor
Cleaning
of
up the
Article
books.
13?
Second.
Second by Ms. Carmen, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries to approve the language and approve the article. What do you want to do about the wind turbine? Shall we do the other easier ones first and then come back? You want to vote it?
We've talked about it a lot, I don't.
Yeah, we have. And just so the board knows, the advisory committee did not vote on this, but they did invite us, in favor, as the sponsors of this Article 14, and the petitioners of Article 28 to come back to their next meeting for our final, make the final case one way or the other. So, but that shouldn't affect us voting or not voting tonight. Yes?
Do we need, I don't know who's planning on attending on Thursday, but should we poll to see whether we need to post it? Or is it too late to post?
Yes, you're okay to post, it's only Monday.
Sorry?
It's only
Today's Monday, so you're okay to post.
Today's Monday.
Yes,
Right.
so
Post it
so I
anyway.
guess the question is, will we have a quorum there or not?
Just posted a case.
All right,
Okay.
yeah.
Which one is it?
For Thursday,
Article,
attending
yeah.
advisory.
Advisory committee.
Okay, we
did
posted
not
the last
vote
one
on
on
the
the
turbine
Pardon me?
articles.
We posted the last one.
She wants to go to this one.
Okay, so when is the meetings for me to post?
When is the advisory committee?
Lorraine, I'll send you the agenda, like we did last time.
It's Monday, is that what you said?
No, it's this coming Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
I'll send you the agenda tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
So Nancy, they did not vote the wind turbine articles,
No, they waited to see,
and they did not vote the capital
they didn't
budget
vote
or the
44
operating
or
budget.
14 and 28.
Right,
Sorry,
So-
wind turbine and capital and general fund budget, sorry.
yes. So they voted everything else.
Lorraine, I sent you the agenda.
So, Tony, is everyone ready to vote on this one? What? The wind turbine
On Article
Sure.
number 14.
Yeah, did everything this weekend.
Somebody else.
So to see if the town will authorize the select board to enter into a curtailment agreement with Scituate Wind LLC for the cessation of operation of the wind turbine located at 161 Driftway year-round from the hours of 11 to 6 a.m. or take any other action relative thereto. Do I hear a motion or discussion?
I mean, just for this is just to put it on, or is it just if we're in favor as well?
I think this is the language approval plus whether or not we support it.
We already voted the language at the last meeting.
All right,
Okay.
This is
just-
only to approve it.
okay,
Okay,
all right.
just, sorry.
That's all right.
That's good.
Good question.
All right. So, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to be not in favor of the curtailment,
Did not approve this.
not approve.
Not to recommend.
Not in favor of, not to recommend,
Yeah.
not to recommend Article 14.
So how do people vote?
If you vote yes, then you're in favor of not curtailing
All year round.
all year.
But he also needs a second, which no one has done yet.
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
No?
No.
No. 3 no, 2 in favor.
I'll tell you what, let's do it again,
Motion
and why don't
fails.
you guys make a, oh, right,
So the motion fails, is there another motion?
right, is there
So,
another?
motion to support Article 14, wind turbine commercial
Before that.
hotel. To
Second
support
by-
this.
Second by Ms. Curran. All in favor of the motion to shut off the wind turbine year-round from 11 to 6 a.m., 11 p.m. to 6 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3 in favor?
No.
2 opposed. So, Affordable Housing Trust, small grant, non-deed restricted program. I have to admit, I don't know.
I can do this.
Because, yeah, thank
No,
you.
because nobody's presented it,
Yes,
so I
thank you.
have everything. So this is a small grant, non-deed restricted program. What it is, it's in our housing production plan that was approved about maybe a year ago, 8 months ago, through planning. So one of the recommendations is to put together a small grant program to help those who live in affordable housing units. The challenge in our town is we only have 4 affordable housing units that were secured with CPC funds. So we can't use CPC funds for the broader community that may live in an affordable unit that wasn't necessarily purchased with CPC funds.
But they're purchased units, they're not rental units.
Yes, they're purchased
They're,
units.
they're,
Yes,
yes, okay.
yes, they're purchased units. So the Affordable Housing Trust has worked with a consultant, which we paid for, to come in and go through the following requirements. So I approached Jim and Nancy on behalf of them to ask for $25,000 in seed money from our charitable fund to kickstart this so we could continue to look for additional granting opportunities. Basically, I can read a couple of the criteria for you quickly. You don't have it, and I can send it to you afterwards. I probably should forward it to you, but I thought I would just be reading this. So the property must be your primary residence and located in Scituate. Your income is no more than the median income for the Boston area annually by household size. This is the same. Some programs have lower income limits of 80% of BMI or circuit breaker limits. So we basically looked at Norwell, we looked at, Sudbury, a couple of other towns, and looked at their language as well as asked our consultant for advice here. Must intend to remain living in Scituate for at least 12 months following the receipt of the grant funds. Your property's assessed value must be below the town's median assessed value for a single-family home. Many communities use the average, but the board wanted to make it as broad as possible for folks, have an opportunity. In accepting a grant from this program, you must sign a grant agreement and notify the Scituate Affordable Housing Trust at least 60 days prior to listing your home for sale. So there's an application process. Part of what will need to be discussed after going through is who manages the application process. The Affordable Housing Trust can pay for that, so if we need to supplement someone's salary in town hall or someone's salary as a like a social worker, because people need it, the Affordable Housing Trust can pay for that out of their own funds. So the $25,000 is strictly grant. The maximum grant amount for this round, the board voted on, I think it was $3,500 to see, and basically it's for things like handrails for ADA, fixing, a waterway. I mean, it's very
Improvements.
small. Yep, it's for improvements in
It's not to
existing.
purchase a property.
No.
This would be
It's
like
improvements, yep, exactly.
infinitesimally
Right.
bad.
Right.
But, yeah, okay, so it's
In affordable
essentially-
housing units that exist today that weren't purchased with CPC funds.
So, do we have 4 of them in town, or 10 of them, or?
I don't know. I mean, they would have to come and see, they have to meet all that criteria.
There's a bunch with next, where you had
Oh, yeah,
2
yeah,
units. of
Fairway
ten.
Village or wherever.
Not much. so.
Yeah, some, yeah. So, but North River wouldn't, because they don't own those properties, the North River Village.
Correct, you have to own it.
So you have to own it. So it'd be one, in one of the condo probably associations where there were set asides of, okay.
I vote in favor of Article 15. Move.
Moved by Ms. Cannon.
And I vote, and I.
Approve the language
and I'm
and
hungry.
approve the concept.
I make a motion to approve,
Thank you.
recommend the approval of Article 15.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gagnani. All in favor?
Aye.
Tony made the motion then.
I
They
vote.
take her motion.
We took it away from
My
us.
hunger pains.
They just, they had to rearrange themselves.
Thank you. Please.
So Article 16,
Say that again for Article 16.
16, all right, 16 is usually pretty non-controversial.
I'll do that one.
Okay,
No, at town meeting.
so Article 16, could someone make a motion?
I move to recommend that the select board, I move that the select board recommend supporting Article 19.
16.
16.
16.
16, oh,
Second.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have to be in real trouble.
Yes, so sorry, 16.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So I think we're going to,
If I could just,
yes, of course.
so I did write up an executive action. In all of these, I'm assuming contingent upon any further changes by town council and the town administrator,
So when do you want,
which is what we
Well, we should
typically,
have all of them.
well,
on all of them.
we have to vote this motion on every single one of the articles?
Yes.
We do. We can't do this at the end?
You can do it at the end if you
Could we?
want to.
All right, because I'm getting confused
So
now.
moved, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
It's
move it all
the
in.
executive action to approve the whole thing, right?
So I'll make a motion, if somebody can make a motion at the end of the vote.
Yes,
To
please.
amend all votes to include the subject. That work?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just want to make sure if something changes.
Yeah.
That's all.
thank you.
So we're gonna hold all the zoning ones, right?
I think you said 17 through 25.
Do you want to do the non-marijuana ones?
Well, we don't know the wording, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, let's wait on, even on the medical, let's just sort of see if they come back
Well,
with
the
a
sheep
couple
a
of.
lot in the dairy.
Oh, yeah.
What
Yeah,
about 18 that Bob Vogel presented?
Did the lodge, did
But, I'm fine with both of those, and I don't think the wording's gonna change, right?
well, you never know.
Well, I think, no, I mean,
I mean, I don't think the
Yeah.
zoning, I
Yeah.
don't think the planning board's gonna change those.
well, those will go quick. then.
Yeah. All right, on 18?
17.
And
17
19.
and 20.
So we're going to wait on 17 through 25, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So wait a minute.
No, we can vote 17, 18, and 19.
Well, they have not voted on those yet either.
Well, yeah, just say, we're gonna wait.
I mean, it'll go quick.
Some of the way these things are
Yeah.
written is.
What about 26?
No attempting campaign speaking in public?
That's ours.
Okay, so I don't even know that we've discussed this. Where did the language come from?
Intent
What's that?
The intent and the.
Chief Thompson.
Okay, because there was some discussion at advisory, and I don't think it was necessarily wrong to bring it up, that some people thought it was kind of outlawing homelessness, because not only do you need permission to sleep, camp, whatever, on public land, but it also says you need permission from the landowner to sleep outside. You know, I know what they were trying to get at here, but, I mean, the question would be, in my opinion, should we just have a bylaw that prohibits this type of activity on town-owned land? And that people would need to get permission on town-owned land. And I think everyone knows the genesis of this was the fact that we have people literally camping out in Cole Parkway with solar arrays and all kinds of stuff, and we couldn't stop them because we had no mechanism to save them. You can't park your camper in the Cole Parkway parking lot and put up your solar array and stay there for a few days. So, and there was a little activity, people camping out overnight to get the moorings, which,
Well, that's what we're trying to limit, right? And plus those people staying there all summer long.
well, that's what I'm saying, that was the genesis of it.
Yeah.
And the advisory committee, I don't know how they voted on it.
They 4-4 failed, but the police chief is going to appear before them on Thursday just to see what their issues were.
It was the,
Yeah, they were banning
Banning
homelessness, which is, I
homelessness.
think, a terrible argument.
Without written permission
So
from
I
the
didn't
landlord?
bother
Yeah.
fighting with them.
and they had, I agree, I think that's a little,
So if your kids go to camp in your backyard, you gotta write them a note?
Well, the police chief wouldn't be going on to private property unless the landowner called them.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably there to protect for maybe going, on a field, an open field, that may not necessarily
Give them
be
something to
obvious,
do.
and it's a private, it's a private field. That's where I would think that came from.
it just makes it sound like Tony said, you gotta give your kids a note, that's what it sounds like. Practically speaking, that's not gonna happen.
Get your kid arrested.
So, does anyone want to make a motion on this article?
So this is all camping, so no one can camp at any of our town properties
Without permission?
without permission.
So in other words,
Got it.
you'd have to go to the Conservation Commission to pitch a tent on us, well, or us.
Ellis Estate or...
Well, that's a whole different story. That's,
But that's permission.
You really don't want people using the property in that manner without you knowing that they're doing it.
correct. It's written.
Yeah.
I would make a motion that the select board support Article 26.
26, yes.
Sorry?
26, yeah.
26 as written.
Second.
Second by Ms. Curran, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Acceptance of land donation. Is there any reason why we wouldn't accept it? I mean, there seemed to be a little bit of a flurry the other night, but I couldn't figure out what it would be.
No, absolutely none. It's contiguous to other town property, it's right on 3A. If you want to talk about that sidewalk from Old Forge, it would go through this property. So. it's
What's
just-
their common drive? Is that across?
The new one across from Old Forge, when
Okay.
you start up the hill from the
Yeah,
town hall to the left,
on
this
the left.
property is directly across the street, it's a small triangle with the hill.
And selected background information, I think there's a picture, a map of it.
Yeah, that's what too. It's in the- well,
Yep.
I have so many copies right now.
The back of the selected background information?
It's across from, the new development, it's got a bunch of sort of big
For the
houses.
true stone?
Oh, there it is.
We accepted their comment, I think it's.
Why are we doing?
I don't know, I was very surprised.
Why do we want that thing?
It's contiguous to other town property, it's contiguous to the water department property there. And the neighbors up there have been petitioning you to put a sidewalk down the street. So that gives you some land to do it if you wanted to do it. Move it off the sidewalk, get it out of the right of way, not deal with the state. It's on our sidewalk list, but it's
Way down, right?
way down the sidewalk.
But if we do it, are they going to get pressure to do it?
No, I mean, the only way you build that sidewalk is if you got a grant for it. And our next grant, the board has already said, the next priority is Stockbridge.
Stockbridge,
That's where we're gonna go next. So this would be, if you wanted to do this after Stockbridge, you're talking, you can only apply for the complete streets, I think, every 2 years if you get it. So we get the max $400,000 and you can't get it 2 years in a row. So we get $400,000 for Stockbridge, you wait 2 years, you get $400,000 for Stockbridge, and then you're talking 4 or 5 years, anyway, to make it back down there.
Anybody? Yay or nay? Please.
Move the select board approve Article 27, contingent on any further changes by town council and whether the town administrator.
Second.
second by Ms. Curran, all in favor?
Aye.
Article 28. Do you want to vote on that?
Move not to approve the petitioner's article for a complete shutdown of the wind turbine.
Motion by Ms. Curran, second by Ms. Canfield, all in favor? Aye. 5-0. Motion to not support the citizens petition. So, now, we could deal with the issue of the consent agenda.
Do you want to do Article 3 and 4?
Well, let's look, I just figured this would be hopefully quick. Maybe.
Still want to forget.
So, consent agenda, we believe in, we've already voted this, right? All right. Unpaid bills, FY '22 budget reconciliations, emergency storm and or snow and ice removal costs, not needed yet. CPA reconciliations, those were the additional set-asides due to the state aid match being bigger than we thought it would be, so we had to add more to the reserve funds. Do I hear a motion to include those articles on the consent agenda for a special town meeting?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Canfield,
Second?
second by Mr. Goodrich, all in favor?
Aye.
At least Articles 1 and 2, consent agenda. Does anyone want to move
I think we
those?
could do them all. I was the only one that had an issue
All right.
with the budget, but you were gonna mention them in your little,
Yeah,
as
all
long as
right.
you get that out.
Okay, all right, so, I think the idea was that in the chair report, that we would mention the status of the enterprise funds and.
It's a good idea.
And given that the chair does that prior to the articles, hopefully,
Make sure you cover that with the moderator and the chair so you get to do it.
oh, yes. Okay, so do I hear a motion
Last couple of years.
to accept onto the consent agenda Articles 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, and 11?
And 1 and 2. And 13 and 16.
I thought we already did 1 and 2.
Not yet.
No?
15,
Okay.
16, and 27.
All right, do I hear a motion to accept onto the consent agenda Articles 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
13 and 16.
13 and 16.
Oh, no, then, all right, I'm skipping, all right, 13, and I would have done 7, never mind, doesn't matter. Do you want me to read this again?
No,
No,
13,
no,
16,
so
so
moved.
moved.
Yeah,
Here, can we add 27, acceptance of the land donation?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that and 15. Do we need, can we put the affordable trust, or do you wanna walk people through that?
It's the first time it's ever been on the warrant, generally something like that we wouldn't put on a consent agenda.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
you
I
can,
think
but
people will actually want to know what that
That's
is.
generally,
Yeah.
once, if it passes this year, when it becomes a regular article, then you would start to put it on the consent agenda, but no one's seen it before.
And we did have questions last year, I think it was about the set aside for the emergency rental stuff, so,
Which every syndicate, nobody ever applied for.
well, did we actually have a program?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, all right.
So we have a motion from Tony, but no second.
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 What
I was just
are
gonna say, could we go through this again?
1, 2, 5 through 11, 13, and 16.
And
Tony.
27.
27.
And we just added 27, the land donation.
And 27.
And 27, okay.
Okay.
And 3 and 4.
So moved. Very funny. So, all right, we're done with the consent agenda.
Do we want
You gotta vote.
I thought we did.
All
Okay.
in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Motion carries.
There you go. Move right along.
Now,
I need a
to,
motion to accept it next.
well, so are we going to wait on this executive action until the whole thing is done? All
Yes.
right. So, Article 3, the capital budget. I know Tony has some questions, comments, issues. If you would mind starting that conversation.
Yeah, I think we've got to discuss all, I mean, the capital budget is what,
96 million.
96 million?
Actually, you want to, I'm sorry, I'm sure that was very rude of me.
That's all right.
You may want to refer to your warrants because the capital budget is 46 million because the water treatment plant's out of it. And there were changes to it.
Because of the,
So you're talking about that as a separate
Yeah.
bill? All right.
Because we did get a grant, so that allowed us to reduce the
So
harbor
this is,
resiliency study.
so this is the draft 0302,
Yeah, the one that we
at
talked about.
8:17 a.m.?
Yes.
46479. It's like, okay.
Oh, screw it.
So what was removed, Nancy?
Water treatment plant.
Well, no, I know the $50 million.
$50 million.
What's the other?
you guys are trying to trick us.
Yeah, we know that.
That's all we took out, we shifted funding on some things.
Item N
And then, all right,
was
what's
reduced
next?
from 400 to 250 because we received a $150,000 grant.
So that is going from 250 to,
From
400 to 250.
okay, so that's reflected in this document.
And the 3 above it were previously recommended as borrowing, and now they're all recommended as capital stabilization because money in capital stabilization is for foreshore.
So K, L, and M, the recommendation was changed to capital stabilization.
Right.
Yes.
Or-
I'm just trying to be clear here. And if before it was borrowing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else has changed on this before we go through it? Since we last saw this?
I think just the big chart where we had some of the classifications of where the money was coming from, we found some more article money.
Okay.
It's nothing that's material
So
that would
it-
change your opinion on it.
They went down versus going up.
Yeah. It did
So if you
it
found
did
more
affect
money,
borrowing.
you reduce that number. Do we want to start A and go down just one by one?
So can I just ask a question, just
Of
top
course.
level? So my biggest issue is that I think $46 million is a ton of money to put in front of our taxpayers, you know, and we really should be focusing on the water treatment plant. Doesn't mean that I don't, I'm just, the piece that I have a hard time with, and I feel like I asked the question the other night and I really didn't get an answer, which was with all these FEMA projects. So I get Oceanside, right, so I'm good with that because that's imperative, but all these other ones, what I'm not clear on is timing, right? So why do we have to put them in front of our constituency now? Because I couldn't get an answer as to like, where is that break point, right? How long do we wait before we end up spending our own money and not getting reimbursed?
Well, we've only been spending our money on these. We've been spending money on engineers all along
Are all these, so these have all been engineered?
They're in the process
in
of.
the process of.
So I guess so just to follow up with that is, are there any of these that we really think, you know, need to be approved for FY '23, or are they further out?
If you can give me just 1 second, of the 4,000 spreadsheets I have open, the one I want is not the one I have open.
So that's just,
So,
like
yeah.
that big chunk, I'm just,
So if I can just add to Morris and just disagree with one thing, I don't think that Oceanside, I understand the idea of having a project ready for federal funds if they come around. We have 5 projects ready for money for federal funds. Oceanside, people brought up some very good points of things that you can do there about that flooding. You can move the pump house, you can put a drainage system in. There's other things that can be researched before we go and spend $16 million on the seawall as part of another $30 million project. You know, I just don't think, looking at the graph, I can't find mine right now, but this is overwhelming.
Yeah, but this, I wouldn't say we can move that pump station, because Kevin was not, the pump station exits the low point. So to move that pump station would require a crap ton of work, and new pumping stations and things like that, so.
But you
I don't
could drain
think
that.
that's an issue, but can you drain it? Sure.
Well, if you say that's the most important one, then these other, we can't put all of this on the capital plan. The town tax rate cannot handle it. We have a water treatment plant, we have a school that's in the works, we've got a lot of big projects that are coming around that we've got to be aware of it. As soon as you get authorization, you can't just get the town to authorize things saying we're not going to do it.
So what point you, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chair, just doing that all, just remember.
So I think, I agree, let's pick a project that we want to be ready if money comes available, but not all of them. And these FEMA ones that have been here for years and years are, you know, probably the
Well,
oldest
not,
ones.
it can.
Those are
Chair,
closer
can
than
I
the
ask
other
another
ones to
question?
being done.
Yeah.
Because there's already been engineering work done, they're already in the permitting process, they're already moving forward.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The FEMA ones have been in process longer, than I'd say, Nancy, those are closer getting
Yeah, I actually have dates on you for construction for those.
to where they're gonna be, whereas Oceanside and,
You actually have dates of construction for FEMA?
Yeah, because one of, sorry, may I?
Please, please.
The manners have gone out the window, and I apologize. We just finished filing our time extensions. FEMA money comes with strings, and there are time extensions you have to hit. And over and over and over filing time extensions. We just finished filing again, trying to get these projects can kicked a little bit further, and part of what was required of us was saying when we were gonna do the work. And there's a long letter in October that Sean put together. But FEMA First Cliff, the construction date is starting October 2023 with a duration of 304 days. This is what they scheduled out when we submitted the time extensions. FEMA Second Cliff, construction start on or around May of 2024 with a construction period of 340 days. FEMA Minot, construction on or about January of 2025 with a period of 405 days. And then Third Cliff was a construction date on or around May of 2023 with 390 days. Now, all of this is predicated on permitting, and whichever one permits first goes first. But this is what we had to put in to the letter that we sent to FEMA on what our plans were.
Right, but
To Jim's point, we have spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars permitting and engineering these solutions. If it's the board's intention that we're not going to move forward, we need to apply the brakes fairly quickly and stop spending foreshore funds that we should be spending. We authorized $4 million, probably 3 years ago now, to engineer all of these solutions.
all of them?
All of
The
them.
FEMA ones.
All of these, plus the Oceanside, up through Kent, the section that is the 16 million, to do that design as well. That was part of it. That's how we paid for that. Now, we've only spent a fraction of that, because we put in for the 75% reimbursement to FEMA. But this is the problem. If we're not going to move forward with these, FEMA would be
So,
ecstatic.
I'm not
to
saying
get
we're not
top
gonna move
votes.
forward with them, I'm saying, do we have to put them all on this annual town meeting? 'Cause
I think you can roll some of them if you want to. Our concern, I think, Jim, from the point of Jim and I, is this has been going on over here, and it was never on the capital plan. It was a repair project, not considered a capital project. And as to Tony's point, it's extremely expensive and
Right.
should have been categorized as a capital. That's why it's all coming on.
No, I appreciate that.
So you certainly can make decisions about priorities, but the FEMA ones are moving, there's constant work ongoing with those.
And then my other follow-up question is, the breach on the breakwater,
it's not happening.
it's not us.
That's Army Corps.
Okay, so that's, so are they?
They just fixed
Are
that.
they being called to come back in?
They've been called numerous times on that.
Okay,
And told, hey, that repair you just made is now, there's a big gap.
okay, so
But
that's,
that wasn't our project, that was a direct Army Corps
so
project.
that's
We didn't
nothing
do
that we would have to fund?
We didn't fund it last time, no.
Okay,
Nothing to do with us.
okay.
And these numbers are the full amount, not the 25%.
You know, the recommended amount is the 25%.
These are the
25%.
25%.
With the exception of Oceanside. Oceanside right now is the full amount.
Right.
Gotcha.
And Cedar Point is the general maximum that you can get on that type of project, which is 10 million.
And that's the Army Corps.
But you potentially could get more.
If you get.
So we wouldn't go forward with Oceanside at 16 million, we wouldn't pay for that ourselves. We just wouldn't. But that's what our cost is right now. The grant applications. are
Then why
taken.
wouldn't we put as a request for authorization for only the 25?
Well, Oceanside's not a 25, 75% match.
Oh, it's not FEMA.
It's arbitrary depending on how it goes through the grant program, the Seawall engineering. And we won't have those results in time for town meeting.
Okay, so we're hoping to part of that infrastructure.
This was 10 days.
If I could say, I think the issue before us is, number one, will this be too much for the town to swallow?
So, to Tony's point, what I gave, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
what I gave to Tony was a graph of our general fund debt, showing if we did just the FEMA projects, and there's a little bit of a bounce in fiscal, sorry, glasses on, 2026, but it's manageable within the levy. When you add 50% of the eastern side, you start having bounces above in those latter years. But at 50%, would we do a full $16 million project if we got a 50% grant? I don't know.
We break it into
Yeah.
the sections that Kevin talked about.
Yeah, Kevin talked about the 4 phases.
As Nancy said, one of the things was, these were all like over here, right? We're doing all this capital, it's like, oh, by the way, so we wanted to bring all this into capital. Second, we know there's gonna be federal money for this. I want to get authorization in place so that the federal money comes and we can get started. What I'm concerned about is, since 2018, Boston and Quincy have now realized they flood. They didn't do anything on flood control prior to that. Now all of a sudden, they're getting in line for the same programs that we are, and it's going to be harder for us to get those monies. So they're behind us because they never did anything. I mean, I know Quincy never did any flood control for 50 years. But they'll start catching up with us. So I wanted to try to be in place to catch those federal monies. It is just authorization. Neither Nancy or I would put one of these before you knowing that it was going to screw us on the budget in a couple of years because we wouldn't be able to make the payments. That's, unless I was hit the lottery and was retiring.
I just think it's gonna be a real hard sell on town floor when they see a $46 million capital
Plus 50.
plus the 50.
Well, what do you get? You're going to get a lot of pushback from guys like Joe Gibbons, who's like, why are we protecting the beachfront houses? They should pay more. As Nancy said, you want to take them off, that's fine. I think the FEMA projects have to go forward. We got to get going on those.
I agree with you on all the FEMA ones. That's $5 million worth of projects just in FEMA alone.
Yeah, and but you will get, Cedar Point residents will have a petition article at the fall town meeting to fund their seawall. Just telling you right now. He'll be back in to fund his seawall.
I'm sure.
Yep.
And that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Is the Cedar Point is that the Army
That's that'd
Corps?
be cool.
Yeah.
So,
That'd be cool.
but,
that's Army
I
Corps.
mean, our typical budget, again, I know we go through this over here, our typical capital plan is what, 1.5, 1.6,
We're around 1.9 right now.
1.9 of borrowing,
Borrow.
so,
Not project of actual debt service. That's where we're at right now.
because interest rates have gone, because nothing's fallen off.
Stuff is falling off, but we backfilled, we haven't authorized that much. And I don't want to say it's hurting us, but one of the unexpected ones that we didn't have in the plan was the purchase of the property on CJC Highway. That's 1.35 million. So that was not in the capital plan, but that was an opportunity that the town took advantage of. So that's eating up some of our,
Right, so say it's 2 million, right, our typical year is 2 million, and we've got 5 million in FEMA projects alone, and then another 24 million in other stuff, you recommend we put on there, and that doesn't even go along with all the other, I mean, we have a huge capital plan outside of that.
you only have one other general fund borrowing other than your foreshore, and that's the NHS roof,
Right.
which I put in at 60%, because they filed their statement of interest. And I think it's not something that's gonna go forward this summer anyways, it's too late so it's at least a year out.
Right, well, but that's because we have so much free cash.
That has nothing to do with free cash.
But no, there are,
Oh, you mean the rest of it?
that's the capital plan.
What's our balance of free cash, like 5 million right
It
now?
was 5 million, yes.
Yeah.
We'll have about $500,000 left. Everything that's proposed for town meeting goes forward, including the small grant program, which is coming out of free cash.
That's Toll Brothers and Drew Company, and those are going away in a year or two. That's your growth number.
So do we wait on Oceanside then?
It's your article, you can take it off. It's up to you.
I mean, it's a big hit, and if we're really not ready yet.
So this is great, thank you so much for these charts. this,
Yeah, I think is that the water treatment plant impact statement?
this is the one with water treatment plant in it. But this does not reflect, I mean.
It wouldn't reflect any of that because the stuff on the page is within the limitations
yeah.
of Proposition 2.5. Potentially.
That exclusion.
None of this is asked to be.
That has no impact on your budget at all. It impacts
But
what
it
people
does
pay out of
have-
their pockets, but it doesn't impact your budget. Whereas borrowing within the levy doesn't go deeper into your pocket, but it does impact our ability to budget later on.
If you were to borrow all this all at once, you'd have to have a larger debt service budget, but it's not ready to go all at once.
Okay.
I think that to Jim's point, our concern is, some type of a federal dollars becoming available, and we're not having a share because we're 3 months away from a town meeting or 5 months away from a town meeting. You still have to approve all the contracts to award and all the borrowings. So nothing can get borrowed and nothing can be awarded as a contract without the select board's approval. So nothing can move forward without you saying, hey or nay, yay or nay. Not nay, yay or nay.
Tell me again what a townwide facilities plan year 2 is $1 million? Is that because you're gonna have all the engineers?
That's just a total of all the second-year projects on that list that we are gonna get done.
Oh, it's actually doing the work.
That's actually doing work, that's
Oh,
not
okay,
engineering.
That's not engineering.
That's all the stuff in the
We
plan
changed
that says,
language?
fix this, do this, repair this.
Yeah.
Paint this.
There's a list of by building of all the work to be done.
Yeah, I was thinking it was doing another plan with water.
No, this is action items from the plan that we already did.
Okay.
So we understand the shovel-ready aspect of it. Why are you putting 2 plans on there instead of 1?
What do you mean?
If you're hoping to get money from federal, you think you're gonna get 2 plans? I mean, Cedar Point and,
2 separate buckets, Tony. So Oceanside, we'll be looking for the money over here. Cedar Point, we'll be looking for money for the Army Corps, that we get their money in a separate bucket.
so do you think that you wouldn't be able to get a bucket of money if you didn't have them both on there?
If you don't have your match, if you don't have your match available, then they can,
But I'm saying, do you need both? As soon as town meeting votes to approve both these things, you're gonna have 2 groups of people that are gonna expect it to be done. And they're gonna expect it to be done
Yes.
whether you get funding or not get funding.
well, I think that's just something you gotta make clear. If we don't get federal dollars, we're not gonna go forward. We can't.
Well, the Cedar Point doesn't have enough, it's a 17
Right, that
$17
shows-
million
that
project,
shows the
7 million's
match.
not gonna get you anywhere.
Right.
Not
So
that-
this is,
Whichever the match is 10.
Is Hummerock would be, also has available for the same pool of money as Oceanside at this point?
Am I right?
The water mains.
That's water,
That's
Oh,
that's a separate set of funds. We don't qualify for a lot of that water and sewer infrastructure, the way it's set up.
Procedurally, this might be stupid, but if you took those 2 out separately and had them contingent upon federal funding, I don't even know if that's even possible or what. So, I mean, as to Tony's point that are we really going to be going forward or not, could you take the, hey, do all the other ones, which I think there's mostly agreement on, and then separate those 2 out, and so then someone can speak to it and say, listen, we're waiting for federal funding for this is contingent upon, or,
Well,
I
can
don't
we
know.
just do part of the language of the article? That, the following will only be done contingent upon receiving matching, whatever, just so it's clear to people that Oceanside, or not Oceanside, Cedar Point
It's in the line.
is,
Yeah, but what amount is the contingent amount?
well, I mean, is the number for, let's use the Cedar Point.
Special,
Yeah.
separate article.
Where I go.
As,
So,
I know, it needs.
We're just kibitzing on the side.
I mean, if you wanted to start putting caveats on, you'd always be better saying, take them out, put them on the special in the fall, and do them individually so people can vote on them that way with a longer, fair discussion on it, with the caveat. at least 50% federal reimbursement, at least.
See, I would be in favor of that.
Well, that's all they're asking for anyways.
That's B and C you guys are talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But on Cedar Point, to your point about we're not gonna do it unless we get Army Corps, I think 7's not enough.
It's a $17 million project.
Oh, okay, so that's.
And it's not even fully permitted yet, or
Generally, they like
designed.
to max it $10 million in the Army Corps, unless they give you more.
Okay.
But
So
generally,
what if
it's-
Cedar Point comes back and says, you know what? You got an authorization for 7, only fix half of it. Fix this wall here.
It's not our design or our permit, it's an Army Corps of Engineer project. So we don't have the documents to go forward with it.
Well, they say re-engineer. Fix it. If we didn't get the grant, it's gone bye-bye. Town meeting authorized $7 million. I
Use it.
want you to fix $7 million worth of the wall.
Wouldn't get you much.
Well, then-
And I'm not sure, like I said, I'm not sure you could, because it's an Army Corps project, if the Army Corps say, the town's not funding their portion, we're taking our plan and going.
Well, we
Not,
didn't get the
not to throw a wrench into the works, but apparently Army Corps can actually do things with that seawall that we, as a town, could not do. So
They're not subject to the same state
the permitting and
permitting.
whatever.
Well, I'm just saying, we don't get it. They say, no, we got 20 projects ahead of you. And the people on Cedar Point say, you passed article for $7.2 million. I want you to fix this area by the beach. I want you to fix this.
Well, two things. One, it's on the board. Okay, you could do repairs. You could take some of that $7 million and do $1 million repair. You could. That's up to you. It's entirely up to you.
Right, well, it's up to us, except town meeting voted in favor.
We don't
So
have
town
enough.
meeting voted in favor of rebuilding the seawall. That's what's on here, a new seawall, or complete, well, actually, it's a new seawall. Either building in front of it or rebuilding the seawall, putting a brand new seawall in, like we did further down.
Nancy, what happens to, let's say all this stuff passes, what happens to our budget?
Nothing happens to our budget until we actually incur debt service.
Right, so it passes and eventually we gotta borrow it.
Oh, that's the two graphs that you have. There's,
So where do we get the money?
well, I gave you two graphs. The
Yeah.
FEMA ones we can fit in within the levy without too much difficulty.
Right, I'm saying the
Adding
other two.
50% of Oceanside, you're gonna have some blips. So we'll have to see how we can clean those out, either using free cash or agreeing that the debt service can come up a little bit more. The Army Corps of Engineer projects is more difficult. That one's gonna cause problems. It's a huge project.
You did them all at once, all at the same time.
And I don't
Well,
know how
that's
fast
kind
Army
of my
Corps
point.
will.
We're passing things hoping we don't get them because our budget can't sustain the amount of debt that we're throwing on here.
No, we're passing things so we'd be ready to get federal dollars that might otherwise not be available to us in larger amounts than we would normally get.
Right, so we get lucky, we get them both.
We get enough money that we can afford them.
No, we
You know,
can't.
Can we do B and C?
I'm not talking getting what we would normally get, Tony, I'm talking about, because the feds have to spend this money, they're spending more, they're giving us more money than they normally would.
Right,
And
but
that
these-
$7 million becomes $3 million, and that $16 million.
You just told me they do it in $10 million increments. You think we're gonna
Less,
get 15?
it's possible.
All right, well, let's take your aggressive estimates already and say it happens.
Yeah. You fit two
Nancy
as
just
opposed to
said, we're in
seven.
trouble.
But that's trying to fit $7 million under there, not $2 million under there. That's a whole different
Right,
number.
I'm saying we got lucky and we got 10. Not we got extra lucky and we got 15. We can't do this if we get it.
Not in the timeline that you see there, no. You'd have to spread them out.
So what's the danger of postponing the timeline?
Federal funds.
I mean, you get two issues, right? You're
Are
gonna
we
see the point
submitting
people
our
come and yell at
application on
you.
these two?
And two, you just put it on a special town meeting, you can think it's gonna be.
Army Corps has been under study since February of 2018. The number just came from their preliminary, almost final preliminary design.
The seawall replacement, the Cedar Point
Yeah.
one,
They want another $25,000 to finalize their design.
from us.
Yes, and they're gonna match it with 25, this was a 50-50 match with them,
And we've already given them
100 and something thousand.
200.
Yeah. Like I said, we don't know how fast they're going to move. They could take off like a rocket, or they could stay at the glacial speed that they're going. I mean, we know Army Corps is getting more money, but I don't know what's in their queue. We're 3 years into the project. Same thing with seawall and dam repair funds. You know, there's 4 applications in. We might get 1, we might get none, we might get 4. We don't know. But that, and with the seawall and dam repair fund, we don't know if they're going to give us grants or loans. The $10 million for the section of Oceanside we did before, it was $6 million in grant, $4 million in borrowing. Well, out of 16, I take that again, that type of ratio. But I don't know what they're going to do. And we
Which
won't-
completely changes that curve that we looked at,
Yeah, but
because we're not paying that back.
that's why I ran you one with 50%, thinking we would, there's no appetite to do $16 million worth of foreshore repairs right there. Maybe if we got a 50-50, there's more appetite to it. But as Kevin said, it's in phases. They were looking at 4 phases.
Yeah, if the board doesn't want to put them all forward,
I'm just surprised you guys do.
because Tony, we have to have this conversation.
Right.
That's the problem. This conversation never happened because these projects were all going on over here. And then they were showing up like, oh, hey, by the way, we just did this, we're not going to do this project, but it's not on the calendar, we've never seen it. We've already spent $200,000 doing the design.
No one ever heard of it.
And no one even knew we were working on them or what they were going to cost. So we brought them all forward so you can see them. And you know. And that's why we did the presentation the other night too. So you could see them and you could know. But all we were asking for was the authorization.
Semantics.
All right, so can I ask another question? How much would be spent on Oceanside? Do we know?
A couple $100,000 to design it.
So it's in the design phase.
It's designed.
It's designed.
Yeah, they can go up to bid as far as I know.
So the 16 million
It's construction.
is just all the construction. What about permitting?
That's all part of the other one.
That's all part of the 16 million?
Yeah, I think they still have to get
You don't have
easements and
easements.
permitting. But that's on.
But we know that's going to take,
Well, you spoke to them at the meeting and asked Corey to start getting busy on the permits.
right.
And not the easements, sorry.
So maybe that one goes out to special town meeting in the fall. After people have gotten easements.
It's up to,
But, you know, Tony's point is maybe we can do
can't-
something else.
We can't pay for it in the fall either. We can't wait 3 months and all of a sudden. I don't, also don't understand why one's discounted and the other one's not. So you're saying this one's contingent on Army engineer funds, but the other one's at the full price.
well, Army Corps of Engineers, part of being accepted into this program was for this particular funding mechanism,
Right.
which was a small construction project, because at the time when they started, they thought it would be around 10, and now it's up to 17. So that's the whole reason we partnered with Army Corps of Engineers, was so that we could take advantage of the small construction project. So we're already in their queue for that. I know, they're really loud. It's completely up to the board. If the board wants to take the 2 projects off, B and C, then take the 2 projects off and we'll reconsider them at a future town meeting. You know, at that time, you would know what happened with those Oceanside,
Easements.
I don't know why
also
we
with
didn't,
the grant program.
I mean, why didn't we put some of the $5 million in cash that we have towards those, if those are, you know, we're spending $5 million on stuff.
You're spending over 3 million on stuff, not
3
4,
million.
5.
2.6.
3.6 million.
Definition of stuff, please.
Well, everything else on this list.
1.2 of that is going on your maintenance of your facilities.
Well, I know, but it doesn't matter where it goes.
Well, it
Right? Our
does.
ta- No, I mean, it's a capital they're all, we need to do them all,
Right.
right? We typically spend 1.9 million a year on our capital borrow, right?
No, I respectfully disagree. We try not to incur more than 1.9 million of debt service costs in our general operating budget. That can vary from year to year in what we authorize for borrowing. We've been trying to be very good about not authorizing for borrowing. Right now, part of what is eating up some of our available debt service budget is the CGC highway land acquisition, which is about $200,000 a year when it gets borrowed.
Right, we had We could have bought it with free cash, we have $3.6 million.
You didn't have it then.
I know, but I'm just saying, we are buying a lot of stuff here that we wouldn't buy in a typical year where we had to only borrow $1.9 million.
We're happily bringing our capital plan forward with pay-as-you-go, which is exactly what we want to do.
But we're not paying the seawalls, we're paying these 30 other things.
We're paying some of the seawalls in available funds,
The small ones.
the small ones, yes. The question is, do you want to tie up your free cash in an authorization that may not move for a year? Or do you want to use that free cash for something that you need now?
And then everything you're not doing with the free cash now that you take off, just goes on next year's plan.
I know, but that's the nature of the beast, right? We have a document like this of stuff that we need to do.
Right, but we have the opportunity, because we've had larger than normal free cash, to do some of those things, so that the plan doesn't just keep getting bigger and bigger and
Oh,
bigger, because we don't pay for anything.
I'm just saying, I don't feel comfortable putting a plan out there that, in your own words, is gonna be trouble later if we pass it.
So what do you want to take off the plan?
The plan is not a problem, there's two things on the plan that could potentially be a problem.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, Oceanside, that we know, I mean, in reality, it's going to be probably partially done. It will be, even what Kevin said at the meeting, that they have to do it in sections, right? So what if you just did 8 million as opposed to the 16, half of it, thinking that's, and then further on, I know you're spreading the pain, but at least you're authorizing, you're reducing it by half, knowing that at least we can
Kevin
get a
said-
little bit pregnant on the issue, I guess.
Yeah, and Kevin talked about this, as Nate said, 4 different phases. So, you're not postponing the pain, you're looking at where that borrowing drops off, where they can fit the next project without making that spike. So if you look at Nancy's, how it goes, then it drops down again, if you did it in 2 phases, that second phase you put down here.
So we did it by half, we're going to fourth, it would allow us to then still pursue some money from the feds.
Well, you have funds to go forward with construction, and/or you have funds for a match if Seawall Dam Repair Fund comes back with something.
True minimum was 8 million.
Tony's not.
Negotiate.
Well, first of all, the number should only be 8 million in here, because they're doing it on the assumption that they're gonna get a 50% loan. So,
True. Well, there's no guarantee of any percentage of anything. There's no match with Seawall and Dam Repair Fund. When it comes to like 25, 75, 50, 50,
They just give you a lump sum, right?
yeah.
To put towards the
Project by
project.
project.
Yeah.
And as Nancy said, sometimes it's low interest loans, and sometimes it's cash.
And I haven't seen their applications. I mean, that particular area is, got a lot of resiliency issues in it because of Sand Hills Pump Station. So, and depending on how they're evaluating them, it could be evaluated in a better light in some projects. But like I said, I didn't see their applications, and I haven't read the RFP that was on Combi's for it.
Well, I guess I think the question was that we didn't really get answered the other night is, what is the most potentially catastrophic project? Where is the vulnerability greatest? And where does it go down from there? And that's my,
In terms of impact on the entire town,
yeah, on the town, yeah,
Oceanside,
Oceanside.
because that's the pump station. If you lose that pump station,
Where,
you're literally up shit creek without a
Yeah.
paddle.
yeah, literally, yeah.
Yeah.
well, Cedar Point would say, if that street breaches,
Right.
you now have the island of Cedar Point.
Right, but we have the same issue down in Hummerock.
Yeah.
If Central Ave breaches, and they actually have a plan, believe it or not, I've seen it. It involves a Bailey Bridge, and we have a bridge somewhere that comes down, and a bunch of big rocks we throw in the hole. I mean, there is a plan, but I'm not sure how Cedar Point is different than Hummerock, is different than Minot that can get cut off. Bailey's Causeway, we've had all kinds of problems down there. It's risk, but you're risking those houses getting cut off. You're talking the pump station that handles probably more than half of the storage that goes to the storage treatment plant, all of a sudden backing up everywhere and kinds of issues I'm gonna have with that.
So if we didn't put Cedar Point on this plan, for example, if the Army Corps money were to materialize within the next, it's not gonna happen within the next 3 months.
I don't think
Yeah,
that for the next 3
Now,
months.
now they're asking for the 25,000 now.
So we would be able to act quickly enough.
You might have to call a town meeting or have it in the fall.
Yeah. let's do that.
Well, it may have to be an override also.
Still the same fundamental, unless they kick up more than they're gonna kick up, you still have the same fundamental question, the total is. If we do these all at the same time, then it's gonna cause a spike that we might not be able to handle.
Well, and then I have to honestly say, you look at some of the FEMA projects, the money may be there, it's probably there, but it's taken a long time to get there, and what kind of vulnerabilities do we have on some of those projects?
The problem you
If
have,
they don't get done, what happens?
well, then you run into the big problem.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna
Okay.
ask, yeah.
And that is, FEMA's approved you to make this repair, and you didn't do it. And then you have a storm that
and it's
completely
worse.
destroys it, and FEMA says,
Right,
hey, you didn't fix it last time,
Yeah.
so we're not gonna help you this time.
all right, and those don't look like huge numbers.
And we've already spent,
Yeah.
there's
$5 million.
hundreds of thousands of dollars and countless man hours. As Sean was saying, you know, FEMA says, here's the revetment, fix it. Okay, well, here's how you fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, then CZM comes in and says, well, you wanna do this, because just fixing it doesn't fix the problem behind it, and then you're gonna start all over again. And FEMA says, no, we're only paying for repair, we're not paying for new stuff, and we're back and forth, and
Yeah.
then fisheries comes in and says, well, lobster walked there once in the last 100 years, so they can check where that lobster ended up.
So can I make a motion?
Yes, if you dare.
One question,
Just on this item? Yeah.
one question on this. Remind me what capital planning vote was? Did you vote? They must have.
They were in favor of everything.
Of everything.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. Just wanted to remind myself. So, sorry for the interruption.
Well, for
I don't remember them saying that they didn't vote on everything.
No, they voted in favor of the plan as
Yeah.
presented, I just
I
didn't know.
had
what
concerns
member
as
voted
well,
against.
but there is one other thing that's, like this was over here, there is one other thing over here related to FEMA, is that the original Oceanside project was a FEMA, Maura, was a FEMA project as well, part of it was, and that is being disputed with FEMA now, that's FEMA PW 825. Would you say 820, PW 825 to anyone in DPW or in my area, and we'll just all go, because we've been fighting with FEMA literally for 5 years now, if not longer, trying to get reimbursed.
And they don't want.
Right now, we're waiting for a request for information on RFI about whether or not we need to do an environmental assessment for a project we finished building 7 years ago, in order for them to give us our reimbursement. But it's worth our money to keep fighting, because the reimbursement could be between $700,000 and $800,000. So if that could come in, that could be captured and put into the capital stabilization fund for something for foreshore going forward. So that's still out there. We don't know that we're not going to get it. We just continue to fight to try to get it.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to remove the Cedar Point replacement for this annual town meeting, and just push it out a little bit. Since they just asked us for $25,000 to continue their design, I mean, they're not even ready.
Oh, Army Corps.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of having it done at some point, I'm just trying to minimize, this, you know,
Jim, how much of the 16 million, I mean, your biggest concern is protecting that pump station. That's a big, only part of it is going to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look, tell me probably at least one, if not two sections,
So half of it,
good about $8 million, yeah.
right? And then, so if we put 4 million on, and we're expecting to get half of it in the dam project, then that could probably fix the sections that are your biggest concern to some state.
And it gives us money, as Nancy said, if they do say, hey, we got some money, it gives us money to say, all right, we got
We got some too.
part of our match, most of our match, all of our match.
And look how many times we've gone back for additional matches over the years. I mean, we've done it in the past. Multiple town
We
meetings.
get good information from their grant.
Yeah. So you want to reduce that to 4 million?
I mean, I think that makes sense. I mean, if the concern is really protecting that pump station, then that will do it with some sort of loan. I mean, we're also borrowing $5 million to finish off the scheme of things. So this is a very big seawall capital plan.
Right. It's huge.
So I would say that makes, I would agree with that. I would vote in favor of
So
that.
I have a motion from Ms. Curran to remove item B from the annual town meeting and reduce item C to 4 million. Is that,
Is that the motion?
what I'm hearing?
Ms. Curran?
Yes. Yes.
And second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion carries.
For items B and C.
Yes. And then I have, are we done with foreshore?
Yep.
Okay. I have, Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Where did it go? Darn. Oh, so the school roof, I mean, that just went into an MSBA. I guess it doesn't matter because we've got to borrow it anyway. Do they have to see that we've got it in our warrant already? I mean, it just entered the process.
Is it on?
It's on there. It was recommended because it was eligible to enter the process.
Thank you.
There's not enough money to do the project without the MSBA reimbursement.
Right.
That was the full amount.
That's full amount.
Yeah, but you have, with MSBA, you have to authorize the full amount, and
Right.
then it's reduced by whatever they give you.
Yeah, so we have $1 million on here right now.
And I think we talked about this with the school department, and that was why Jenkins did not come forward on this capital plan and was deferred until the following year, because Jenkins' roof doesn't qualify for MSBA yet. We didn't want to pay full freight
Gotcha.
for this roof when that program exists.
I mean, I don't have a problem with the project, do we need to do it right now?
Well, yeah, so the question is, I know the program's called accelerated repairs, but is the process accelerated as well? I mean, what realistically, I know that.
I mean, in terms of getting an answer, you'll get an answer, whether we'll get the money or not, I don't know.
We'll get an answer whether or not we're accepted, and then we get the answers to whether or not they'll fund the project.
They do that fairly quickly.
They do? Okay.
Well,
You
and
won't
actually, in
overtap me.
hindsight, don't they usually have to see community support? I would like to see that.
Well,
To,
you need to have the money to get in, right? And the authorization.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking in hindsight. I think
The
in the past,
deadline
we've
for
had to
the
demonstrate
statement of
community
interest is
support.
the end of March, that's why you just
For
approved it.
sure,
Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
The reason why this is on here now, because we know we have another one coming. And then probably more after that, because if you look at the capital, the facilities plan, it has all the roof replacements on it.
Okay.
I mean, if it wasn't for Plan 2 of the townwide facilities plan, this could have been a free cash item. But we were trying to keep the commitment to the townwide facilities plan, since we're only in year 2 of it.
Can I make the suggestion that we also remove item E, putting $200,000 into that fund we're spending?
That's the promised fund, right?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, that was specifically written in the override.
Well, it says roads or,
This isn't the override money,
Oh,
it's separate, but sorry to interrupt you again, but I would ask you to consider leaving that only because of what Corey told you at the last meeting, that they are applying for grants all over the place, resiliency and others. So this often is what is used as the grant match.
how much money's in that fund?
In what?
In wherever this money goes.
This would be a standalone article.
That would be 200 every year.
I know, but where's all the 200s every year that are going?
They've been spending them down because the 196,215, sorry, the outfall pipe, the FEMA outfall project that you just awarded, our share of the almost $50,000 is coming out of one of these.
Right, how many, we've been doing it every year, is there $1 million sitting in an account?
Oh,
somewhere?
not $1 million, but I can tell you how much there is.
Engineering and all that stuff.
Continue on, I will find for them.
Yeah. Okay.
If only there was $9.
And to your point, Laura, the 200,000 is in the operational budget and
Oh, that's right.
in DPW
Okay, that's
for
right.
both roads and 200,000 for seawalls.
I think I confuse it every year when I see it on here. It's just
It's good to reinforce that
sparks
it's in both
that
places.
memory.
With all the borrowing for the sewer, are we gonna have to raise sewer rates again?
You are going to have to raise sewer rates just for the budget as it's proposed, at least 3 to 4%. If the chemical prices remain where they're at, you're going to have to raise sewer rates maybe double that, or you're going to have to fill that hole with retained earnings because you will not have sufficient budget funds to go through fiscal '23 if chemical prices, the actual contracts come out that way.
Okay, so let's assume they are, because everything's going up.
Yeah, I just don't know if they'll stay up. As to debt service, you haven't incurred any debt service, we haven't borrowed anything yet, so they would still have to design all this, so I think this is on the horizon 2 to 3 years out to actually have it hit the budget.
That's what hit your rates this year.
I know they wouldn't have this year, but doing this is gonna cause us to have to raise rates. Borrowing the $5 million.
This kind of investment into your infrastructure,
At some
yes.
point, yeah. At some point.
So we're hitting the town from all sides. Water rates, override, you know.
Right, which is the point I try to make to Lieutenant Governor when I beg for money for the water treatment plant. Like, we've been spending this money. We're not like all these other cities in town sitting there saying, oh, everything fell apart, give us money. We've been spending the money, but we're kind of at the tipping point right now where we can't keep going back asking people for more and more and more and more money. You need to give us some of this cash. I'm hoping she gives us a nice big smooch on the way up the door.
So, I mean, that, I guess that's what the retained earnings gonna go down to, and then we're borrowing 4.3 million, that's a lot on that fund, right?
Yeah, you're gonna feel that. You're gonna feel it significantly. But the reason to do that is so that you can bring on more users.
Right, that's our plan B.
Yeah, this is going after your major sources of I&I with major construction work. But again, it's something if you want to push it out, you can push it out, it's up to you. To your other question, $419,000 is what we have for foreshore right now.
Well, it's not a lot.
That's not a lot?
No.
To do engineering?
Well, no,
We're
is
putting
that
in-
from what we've been collecting? No,
That-
that's operational.
No, that's not operational, that's articles that you have over the last couple of years that we still have some money in.
So there's a whole nother thing for the operational money?
That expires every year, anything that's not spent gets closed out and I make sure we spend it.
It goes to, so there's another $200,000 bucket
Yeah, but we'll
that
get
we
into
could
that.
spend on engineering, that you'd spend first.
Yes.
Goes to free cash and it comes back here.
And she says she's spending.
Yeah, I make sure that we spend the roads to see more money out of the budget.
I would think that we can get rid of item E this year, if you guys want to.
Give it a what?
Get rid of item E this year.
I. Oh, I.
So item
Right.
E, foreshore
That's what she just gave
Like,
before.
I need what?
Oh, item E.
The 200,000.
The $200,000.
I think Nancy's right, we cut off our noses if we do that.
She's got 400 and something thousand dollars in one, and she's got $200,000 in another. I think we'll get
I'd like
through it
another
here.
2, please.
For mattresses,
Well, look at what happened up at Glades, when that seawall just undermined out of nowhere. That was a good, almost $100,000 repair.
We have 400,000 and 200,000. We get $600,000 sitting after ready for
I don't mind keeping that, I mean, well, we're not borrowing it. Yeah.
It's good work kept
And
before.
it's kind of like around the edges here.
If you want to take it out, where do you want to put that free cash towards something else, or do you want that to close out?
What?
If you don't spend the free cash, it closes out the free cash again. It
Okay.
just closes out,
So
then it goes back in the
it's just
bucket,
there
and
if we
maybe,
need
maybe
it.
not.
And if not, then, okay.
Or you could put 200,000 of that towards something you're gonna borrow on, like the roof. I mean, let's not make excuses for stuff like, oh, what are we gonna do with the 200 grand? You can put it anywhere.
Yes, you could. Well, I see the big numbers as being the inflow and infiltration, which seems to me as though it's necessary. And then the Hummerock water mains also seems necessary.
We put that up for a while.
Yeah.
So what is that
And
going
those
to do
are
with water
big.
rates? What is all that borrowing going to do to water rates?
The water rates, the
Rates,
Humrock water mains?
rates, yeah.
Oh, rates.
Yeah.
I
Probably
thought that
the
was-
water mains, you're probably talking about a 10% increase for that project, but that's a few years out, and it depends on what retires in between then, it can backfill all of that. So what we've been doing now is just layering on and layering on and layering on. We really don't have that much retiring, so with that, I'd say you're probably looking at a 10% increase. But that one has, that particular project, you're saving on your operational budget because you're paying Marshfield less. Because I think Sean reported back to you that they're, or he reported back to capital planning that their loss rate right there is around 50%. So we're spending
50%?
50%.
It's just,
It's all sand, so it doesn't
That's
come to the
ridiculous.
surface.
That's.
They have a horrible time trying to find leaks down there. So if you know you have a 50% loss and you're paying between $280,000 to $400,000 a year to Marshfield for water usage.
Of course, the sad part is that if we wind up paying Marshfield less, they'll simply raise the rates on us.
Well, they have an out-of-town rate that applies to Scituate, Duxbury, and Pembroke.
Yeah.
So unless they start trying to apply different rates to different towns, which is going to be problematic for them, they'd have to go after Pembroke and Duxbury as well.
How would it be problematic? Can't we just do it?
Well, because all of a sudden they will have adopted a rate that's different for one town because one town did a capital improvement.
Well, we raise the rates for all three towns.
Now you've got two other towns to help you fight that
Yeah.
fight.
How? Really? I'm just saying. I mean, I'm all for saving water, but, yes.
Nancy, I thought when you did the last projections that some of that was anticipated, or am I misremembering? The water rates, when you gave us the, our options last time we did the water.
You went higher than I recommended last time. So you had like option A, B, and C, and you did option D.
Right, I thought you had a projection that included some of this money already, though.
And I haven't built, I'll go back and look, but I think only design of Hummerock, not the actual
Oh,
construction of
okay.
Hummerock.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't ask to build something to the rates that you had approved already, or the town had approved, excuse me.
Okay.
So this is replacing all the mains in Hummerock?
Yeah.
But how about the verticals, where most of the water leaks out?
I think it does most of those too.
Well, I think Kevin's plan for this would be the meters would be at the street.
On the private ways.
Yeah, the meter would be meter pits, so if you wouldn't replace your lateral, we wouldn't care, because we're gonna charge you to whatever leaves the street.
So we don't care if your lateral's leaking water.
Yeah, it's in your best interest to have your lateral fixed.
You think, or that is the case?
I hope so, yes, okay.
For this case.
And again, I think that's a good project, I don't know if that's one of the ones that Corey is seeking for resiliency. You've got a flood-prone area, and that's infrastructure. I'm not sure if that's one of the projects they would have to win the resiliency grants for.
All right, folks, we're just still on the capital budget. We still have the operational budget. Any
This
more?
is hard, this is hard to look at. I mean, we're literally hitting the taxpayer from every direction with more expense. Water rates are gonna go up, sewer rates are gonna go up, override's gonna go up, capital plan, this is very aggressive.
Where else would you like to cut?
It's not that I wanna cut it,
No, but that's
it's
where we are
almost-
right now. That's where, we can't keep, we gotta get out of here tonight, in my opinion.
I haven't eaten dinner,
No, I haven't either.
Our bodies
I suspect a lot of people.
So I'm pretty happy with,
I'm not happy, but
it's more palatable for me to put forward a $27 million program and a $46 million. So
So,
So we have a motion from Ms. Kern to remove B and reduce C to 4 million.
We already did that, I thought.
Yeah, you're good.
And then we seconded, but we did not vote on it. And is there any-
Oh, we did?
I think everybody says third.
Yeah, we voted yes.
But just those two.
Oh, yeah, we
Just
did. I was
those two.
joking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is there anything else?
To remove, you did remove B?
They removed B and they reduced C to 4 million.
So we removed 19 million out.
And you guys want to leave E,
Yeah, I do.
And I can fix the title of S to include the word projects, so it's clearer.
I'm fine. If you want to reduce C, I'm fine, but I think there's 3 for it, so that's fine.
and do we want to reduce JJ?
Let's reduce E, J for the sewer. D.
Do you want to reduce it or do you want to push it to the fall?
What is that, sir?
The $4 million for ion.
I mean, that's not one $4 million project, is it?
I mean, the other thing is starting to spend the other $4 million yet.
Sure. This is supposed to help on this capacity for North Situate, if we don't go with capacity. That's the whole plan, is to clear up enough capacity for North Situate.
Where is this one, that motion?
In that area, yeah. Yeah. It's all down in the oceanside area.
what are the chances that would start within the next 6 months? I'm trying to get us, get a special.
Now, we have another project that's ahead of it, another
All
I
right.
project that's ahead of it that we're working on.
So what if we were to push back to special town meeting? What's the impact of it?
I think we're pushing it to annual anyway. We should have to do that work.
Well, I'm asking.
I mean, the impact from an operational standpoint, probably slim and none, because they'll be working on the other project. But is it a sleight of hand? That you're just saying, hey, if we take it out of here, people won't realize it's so much money, we'll do it separately in the fall, and it won't look like it's as bad. But from an operational standpoint, there's another I project ahead of it that they're working on, so they wouldn't get to this one this summer anyways, I don't think. Just do engineering work on it.
I'm just trying to help everyone reduce this number to a palatable number. And I realize there is sleight of hand, perhaps it's not the best term. But it's
It's still a consideration.
right. I think the problem is, just generally, it just looks like an incredible amount. And it is, so,
Get your articles, whatever
I
one wants to do.
think, I'll just, this is the last thing I'll say on all this, I'm actually fine with the 46 to the 34, and if we need to reduce it to make people more comfortable. I'm a bit nervous about the sleight of hand, because I think people need to know this is a priority, and the sewer is a priority for me. I think these foreshore, these are have-to-dos, and I get that it's long-term. That's why some of us didn't vote for the school, because I know there's a lot of money. And we also have, on N, harbor resiliency. That's going to be 25, 30, 40, maybe 50 million. But to me, these are the have-to-dos, and we have to tell people now, and if they need to take them out. So,
well, all right, well, to be fair though, I think, Cedar Point may think that their project is a have-to. But at any rate, so we can,
I mean, they all need to get done eventually, so I mean, that's part of
I'm looking
our-
for a board member to volunteer to go to Holland with me to look at that project that.
but you can't get into Amsterdam without a negative COVID test.
and that's true.
You get one of those, don't worry. They're available.
Yeah. All right, folks. Can we try to wrap this up?
So I'll make a motion to approve the capital plan as amended.
I will second. Second by Ms. Stanfield. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No?
I'll make one I'll say aye, sure.
Aye.
But at some point in time, the taxpayer can't keep paying.
Well,
The taxes can't just keep going up on every angle. And you say it's a have-to-do, well, it's not a have-to-do.
B is one.
It wasn't done last year, it wasn't, these are not new problems.
Well, the sewer,
We've had I for the 20-something years we've been doing this.
maybe it was needed.
It is, but,
All right.
but you can only, you can't go back to the taxpayer with these huge increases all the time.
Then what do you want to eliminate?
I voted yes.
All right.
I'm just telling you.
5-0, all right.
Don't,
That's it. No, you know what? We gotta,
I'll
we
say what I
gotta
want to
move
say.
on. Okay. Operational budget. I know there were some questions about some potential positioning in the planning board, I don't know what else, so if someone has something they would like to say about the operational budget, this is the time.
Yeah, my only thought was that 25,000 part-time position in planning, it's probably one of the only positions I've gotten. We've got more emails on that, about the planning, and folks having difficulties in that department, than any other department. And it's not due, I don't think it's not due to the staff's inability. I think there's so much movement and things happening, and I wasn't there, but do I have the perfect place to take it from? No, I do not.
And that's also planning and conservation, not just
Planning and conservation, right?
Right, a part-time position for all.
for both. And there's no question, planning board is extremely busy, but I think their biggest time suck, in my opinion right now, is toll roads, which is on the downside. They're gonna be done that in another year or two, they're way ahead of schedule. And that'll relieve a lot of, I think, a lot of those issues, but.
It's also a customer service issue too, because it's, it's backlog.
Yeah, I think the planning board is better than the conservation commission is on that. I'm not sure how much help this position would be in the backlog for conservation, because it's just a clerical position, it can't do the stuff that AD has to do in terms of vetting applications, so I don't think they'll have any help in the backlog for conservation, because that's stuff that she has to do in terms of looking at the applications, getting those out.
What if we did a contracted former conservation person that we used to do, that could help move things along?
You could,
And at least do that.
I think there's just some, not a clear understanding of what that position would be. It was discussed as an assistant department head, then it was discussed as an enforcement action. If it's an enforcement agent, that's someone in the field, that's not someone working on plans or doing something in the office. I mean, I think there was that disconnect as to what exactly this person would do.
I don't think the ask was well thought out between the two. They said, let's ask for a person, see if we can get it.
Well, shouldn't the planning director have come forward with that?
Well, I mean, I have to cut Kyle a little slack, because Kyle was the planning director and the coastal resource officer for a long time.
Right.
And I think he mostly did the coastal resource stuff, because that's what he was familiar with.
Yeah.
But now that we have a coastal resource officer on board who's doing an outstanding job, he needs to transition into that more higher level role.
Well, I
Which
guess
we're
my
having a
question
conversation
would
with
be
him.
then, if we can't get a more defined position or contract or whatever it is before us now, would we be able to find, as long as we're not hiring a body and putting them on payroll, will we be able to find some money to support a contract?
Depending on what they wanted and what it cost, you do something at the special town meeting.
So we couldn't do it before then?
I wouldn't know what to put in there. I would have no idea what to put in there. Whatever you wanted to put in there at this point would have to come from someplace else. Because the budget is balanced, it's a zero volume budget based upon what the financial forecast was.
Are these the net changes that you made?
Yeah.
So the top three were financial forecast voted, and the bottom four are town share in those financial forecast votes.
So where we see the parentheses, it's, the revision was downward.
Yes.
Okay, just check. So how much did all these go to?
The town share was 111,060, and the school, that was our 34%, the school had 66%. And theirs was already in their number, that's why financial forecast meant, so when they made their presentations, they would have the final number.
So is this number in the warrant?
That's what's reflected here, and that's why it's an odd-looking chart, and it says town administrator, because neither the select board nor the advisory has opined on what they want in the budget. So I should say opine further.
If you were going to, let's say we wanted to just, wanted to put an earmark for contract services to support the planning department, that some of the field work or whatever could take the pressure off of them. Couldn't we increase technical services with free cash at this point, and not in that budget?
You're not using free cash on your budget, that's just bad.
Okay.
Okay, to do that is mad,
Big B?
big B.
Okay.
It just puts you out of balance for the next year before you even start. And then as you do it more and more and more, then it just.
I thought that only was for salary, but no.
No, because you're putting it into the budget. If there was an article for free cash to do something, you put it in the article, then we could spend it, and when it was gone away, and it wasn't anything for the budget. We don't have that option right now. I mean, again, it's hard to say without knowing the scope of what they want. If they needed a couple $1,000s to get them through the summer, then I have a technical service budget that I'd be able to help out on, right? Because I have some money in there, and if it got too out of hand, I can replenish it in the fall. But, this struck me as, for the first time in years, they were able to ask for extra help, so they just do something to ask for extra help, and didn't really take it out. As Nancy said, we had conversations, wouldn't this be more of an enforcement person, not a person in the office? At least in terms of conservation, I don't think the person in the office gets done what you need, what they want to accomplish, which is getting meetings faster, getting permits faster, getting enforcement faster. That's a different type of person altogether. In planning, yeah, but, everybody has more work to do. Our office has more work to look at. Luann's like, well, we're giving out extra help? Deb could use more hours the way we're going. It's just, it wasn't a priority, it didn't fit them what we had. We had other priorities that were higher, IT and the facilities guy. And eventually this will turn down. We're in a building, but it will turn down. If you're gonna do it, I'd do it as a contract employee, I wouldn't hire somebody. But at this point, I just don't have my hands around it. They haven't given us the information we need to say, okay, $10,000, $15,000. I don't have it. I think it's something we can look at and square it up in the fall if it was really that important.
Anybody else?
No one else has any other concerns on the board?
No, so that was my same thing, that was the one that I called out.
So the two things that stood out to me are the police department's request for 17 people, or whatever the number was. Didn't know what.
8, was it?
8. And that's that whole seasonal.
So how are we addressing that?
We're not at this point. I spent a lot of time with Mark on it. It's something he wants to bring to the board's attention that we need to start focusing on. We will have those specials this summer. We'll still have some. We're just going to stop losing them. We need to have the conversation. This is also going to impact the harbor master's office and what they do. We have a meeting coming up on that too, because the harbor master stops boats. So the question is, do they now need to come under the same police reform that everybody else does? I'd like to say we could talk to the legislature and have them make adjustments to deal with this stuff, but as Karen knows, the legislature's response is going to be, no, we did police reform, thanks for coming. It's all done. We're not going down that road again for Scituate and these little small rinky-dink towns that have summer police officers. So they're just not. So it's kind of something that have to go as we go along. Tony, he wasn't expecting to get those people this year, but he wants to put it on our radar. We can start planning and how we're going to deal with that.
Okay, so not even one person?
No, not this year.
From what he said, I thought he said it'd be okay this summer.
But we need to start
But we're
talking.
definitely going to need a plan before the summer.
I think that's something we're going to have to spend time over after town meeting, how we're going to address that.
And my last one is the IT position.
Yeah.
I think that's a risk that the town shouldn't be taking. We should be hiring a guy as soon as possible. I know you put 3 months in there.
Yeah, we moved it up to October 1st.
I think we should move it up to July 1st and start the hiring process next week.
Well, you will start at town meeting, but we need another $21,000. So the question is where we want to take that from.
Where would you
Want me to
recommend?
tell you?
Well, I mean, the only place to take it from is really contractual bargaining, but I'm not sure we have enough contractual bargaining right now because the fire department's got a JLMC and the dispatch hasn't even come in yet. I mean, they don't even have a negotiating team. We haven't even sat down with them, they're like, yeah, we don't have anybody to come in, so we have 2 contracts that are out, so I'm not sure. If you take it out of contractual bargaining, I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna be back in the fall, and put money into it.
I don't know if you could even get an IT person July 1 if you started now.
Yeah, I mean, we did have a hard time, how long did it take us to get Jamie?
We're at 6 months trying to
6
get a
months.
custodian.
So, I mean, it's up to you guys. The easiest place would be taking out contractual bargaining, knowing that I'm gonna come back in the fall, put more money in contract bargaining, so we won't have. And that's if we can even get someone. Again, it took about 6 months for Jamie to find somebody.
We did pretty well with Jamie, but they only had 3 applicants. I mean, the applicant pool was so shallow, and this is a higher level. He's looking for someone between him and the systems analyst.
So when will we start looking for this guy? If not now? It's gonna take 6 months.
Once town meeting does it, then we would
You could go out in April.
put the job description together, get it all ready to go, we'll go out for October 1st start.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right thing. I think the person should be hired as soon as possible.
Not disagree with you, Tony, I'm telling you, it should end up coming out of contractual bargaining, and then be back.
I'm sure we can find $21,000 in this huge budget and not go to that one that you're saying you're gonna have to come back to us.
Well, sure, I mean, I can take the money that I was gonna put back in the police budget that I'd already cut, I can take that back out, that I was putting back. Just,
It doesn't sound like there's any risk to put the budget up, try to get someone as soon as possible. If it turns out we don't get them, you'll have that savings.
right, if you don't get anybody, not that I wanna talk against myself, if I take the money out of contract bargaining,
Right,
and I don't get anybody till October 1st anyways,
doesn't
I
matter.
can transfer that money back into contract bargaining at the town meeting.
Exactly, and if there's a shortfall, you can get it without, you can get it, we could apply for it, you could put it in, it's almost 11, yeah. We could ask for a special town meeting, and it wouldn't impact the actual collective bargaining.
No, I don't think we'll be done either one of those by a special.
Right. So I would support that because it's really just giving you the, the budget if we are fortunate enough to bring someone in earlier without impacting.
I was trying to do it the reverse way.
You split the
See
baby.
if you can, well, what we did with the social services manager.
Short the line.
Yeah, well, when we were able to bring them in earlier, it was the same thing, remember with social services manager? And we were able to bring them in a month or 2 earlier, then when we went back to special, we added money back to that budget. Because we were able to bring them in earlier.
So just short the line.
So you could do it
Yeah,
either.
I mean, we have plenty enough to get by.
Okay. So Nancy's suggestion, we'll go out and see if we can hire somebody. If we get them before October 1st, we'll true it up. We might get them for less money too, who knows? I doubt it, but we might get them for less money. So we'll start and get them on board as soon as we can, and then if we have to chew that line up, chew that line.
That way you have to try the money out.
Just one after another. So,
Do we recommend anything?
no, you don't have to do anything at that point. Just,
Yeah.
we'll start the
So
hiring
the board
process.
will direct you to post case, look for the person, and then you do it.
Which is what you told us to do with the social services manager.
Mike and Bob will have to come up with a good job description, which shouldn't take that long, but,
Would you like a motion? I would. Do we have any more discussion before?
No, we should run it on.
Move to approve the Article 4 as written. Right? Is that
Second.
Operating budget? Yeah, yes. Make sure we get it.
Second.
Second by Mr. Woodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. And I move that the select board approve all consent agenda articles and vote the warrant articles for the April 11th, 2022 special and annual town meeting contingent upon any further changes by town council and/or the administrator.
Second?
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Can we assign when we get together with capital or something?
Yes, yes.
I can't
to.
We can assign on the 15th,
Oh, well, if we do.
which will be before we get
Yeah,
together.
okay.
And your last vote, that was irrespective of the planning board articles, because you're waiting for final language from them if they
Yes.
change anything.
Right.
Yes,
Just
we
making
haven't
sure.
voted.
That's right, thank you, Nancy,
Sorry.
for the clarification.
Right.
Do we have one?
Is that? Yep. Well,
Yes, we needed.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes, because I don't think we have any other things, or yes, motion to adjourn?
Reconcile that.
Second.
I got a couple things for you to sign.
All in favor?
What I did.
Aye.